legit.
I'm actually working on the car.
Yeah, exactly. All right, cool. We are live.
All right.
I got Bryan Brinker from Dust Devil Garage. The very second episode of Hanging with Johnny. So thanks for coming on, Bryan. You actually reached out to me. It's funny. I've been thinking about doing these lives for a long time, probably 9 months to a year or so. And so I just haven't done it. But when I'm thinking about people, like all my friends on YouTube, I have because what I'd like this live to be, or the lives that I do, to be kind of topic driven, since you and Ruben kind of run the whole hanging out type of lives,
Yeah.
I don't see any need for me to do that because you guys you always have the platform open for that. But these topic driven ones for conversations, I try to think about what do I want to talk to my friends about. And I haven't shared that with any of you guys. You are one of the guys that I wanted to talk to about your build, your Duster. So when you reached out to me about talking about big blocks and A bodies, I was like, well, I mean, it's close enough. So let's talk a little bit about both.
We can talk about whatever you want.
Yeah. All right. So, so first of all, tell me about your Duster. Where'd you get it? How much? You don't have to divulge everything. I don't know how much you want to divulge or not, but
I'm not worried about it.
All right. How much did you pay for it? Where'd you get it? What's the story behind it? Who owned it before you?
Guy who owned it before me basically has a field full of A bodies.
Nice.
This was one that he picked up, and I'm guessing that he was using it for parts. Somebody was working on it at one time.
Mm-hmm.
But I bought it from him. Actually, it's kind of a funny story because his buddy got it and just brought it over to my shop one day. And it's like, here, this is yours.
No shit.
And my other friend that was with him, he didn't give it to me. He's like, because I was working on a Dakota at the time. I was going to build a big block Dakota.
Okay.
And these two guys wanted me to build an actual normal, Mopar.
Old school.
And they both had Dusters.
Okay.
So basically they brought this thing over and they're like, look, it's $500 for this car. I'm like, well, I don't have the money. Well, the other guy said, I already paid for it. Just pay me back. I'm like, okay, cool.
How long ago?
Huh?
How long ago was this?
Oh, it's been probably about 2 years now.
Okay, well, I mean, still.
I really haven't worked on the car. I haven't done a whole lot. I mean, I've had my YouTube channel for a year, so maybe it's been about a year and a half.
Okay.
Year and a half or so. But I've had my YouTube channel for a year and nothing. I mean, I was gonna build it slow, but then this whole thing with the No Name Nationals came up, and it's like, all right, cool, we're getting it done.
Yeah.
But
lit a fire on everybody. So now you got.
Oh man, yeah.
Car bills going like crazy right now.
But then, like maybe a month after that, the guy bought. I'm in Illinois, right across the river from St. Louis. Okay. Well, the guy who basically made me the deal on this, who said just pay me whenever, he bought a Duster, a 74 318 Duster, and it was wrecked real bad in the back. Like it was hit in the back so hard the leaf spring was doing F shape. It was bad.
Yeah.
But he bought it for parts because he had his race car Duster, and he was wanting to take the interior and everything out of it and make his more of a street car.
Okay.
Well, he bought him, so we drove all the way to Ohio, like a half hour from the Pennsylvania border.
Holy shit.
It was over a 12-hour drive each way.
Damn, dude.
But the car that he bought was so cool. It was a 74 Duster. It was a 318 car, console bucket, sunroof, air conditioning, cruise control.
Oh, shit.
It had 2 fender tags.
Wow.
It was the coolest car. That's where I know you can't really see it, but if you've seen pictures or anything of the car, like my first video when I was taking it back apart,
Uh-huh.
I had it together to sell, but I was like, I'll do this YouTube channel because I was going to sell it at one point. But I had it all together, and I was like, screw it. And I started taking it back apart. It's got all those yellow pieces. That's where all those parts came from.
Came from that car. Okay.
I made a deal with him for I think it was like $800 for all of those parts, and I take the rest of the car apart for him. So I was like, okay, cool. So I did that. Ended up selling the car off to somebody else, and then he ended up getting rid of his Duster, his race car, and he sold that interior. He made money on all of it, but and then he bought that green 71 Roadrunner that was in my shop in my videos. I don't know if you've seen those.
I did. That was a sweet car.
Was amazing. If I'd have had the money, because he sold that car, and he sold that car for $12,500. And I'm like, if I'd have had the money, that would have been mine, and this Duster would have been gone.
Right.
But,
So what year is your Duster? Is it a 74?
74. Now the problem I have, and I'll be completely open and honest with everybody about it. When I get it done, it's going to be a rebody, because when I got it, I know it's not stolen because I know the people who had it before me and the people who had it before him, and everything. But for some reason, there's no VIN tag on the dash. Okay. Well, I got the dash out of the other one and the title out of the other one. So that's just for driving on the street. I mean, I'm sure you ain't got no cops watching.
Of course not.
But, and if I ever do decide to sell it, I'm going to sell it as a non-title race car,
Right.
And if anybody says, well, okay, it's a non-title, can I get a title for it? I'll be like, well, you could do this. But, it's going to be sold as a non-title race car. So if it had a title, I would really be tempted to sell it right now because the price these A-bodies are going for.
Yeah. This is actually a topic. This is one of those topics I've been thinking about that I want to have a conversation about is, re-venting or body swapping or, the whole topic of at what point does a car become a different car, and I don't want to get too deep into it now because I want to talk big blocks with you and A bodies, but there's at some point there's like a big gray area where you go, okay, like if you had a rusted out Hemi Cuda and you had a pristine 318 car and you took all the clean parts off of the 318 car to put on the rusted out Cuda, it's like that's acceptable. But if you just pull the dash frame out of the Hemi car and put it in the 318 car like that, well, you're breaking the law and that's not right. Now,
well, see, then how do they get away with how do they get away with? I mean, like what Mark Warman did it with that one car. That there was nothing left of that car.
Yeah,
everything was bought from AMD.
Right, but see,
so what's the difference there?
There isn't. In my opinion, there isn't. But it seems to be morally acceptable to replace every sheet, of metal on a rusted out car, and then it's still the same car. It's still the Hemi car. If you put all brand new AMD metal on it, we don't seem to have a problem with that. But if we swap VINs now, I'm not going to say like that's a perfect, like 100% of the time it's acceptable. I think it's deceitful if you take like a rusted out Hemi car and you swap VINs on it on a
try to say this was the original Hemi car.
Exactly.
If you're honest about it, that's where I think that's where the line gets drawn. If you're honest about it.
I think if you're honest about it and you call it a rebody, like I personally have no problem with it. And obviously that would affect the price, the value of the car. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't be the same as an original Hemi car that survived this whole time, not rusting out, versus a car that's VIN was basically moved over to a new platform. But the problem is that you might be honest about it and you go to sell it, and then the next guy isn't honest about it, and he pays the rightful value of the car being a rebody and then sells it as a legit, car, legit Hemi car, and then wants max price for it and then profits the difference, So,
well, the thing is, there's places all over these cars where the VIN is on the sheet metal.
Yeah, definitely.
So anybody that knows what they're looking for, if you're going to drop $100,000+ on a Hemi car, you're checking the sheet metal. If you've got that kind of money, then you've got that kind of knowledge, or you've got somebody close to you that has that kind of knowledge. Yeah. I would never spend high dollar money on a car without bringing somebody else with me. Even though I know a lot, I'm going to bring somebody else with me.
Yeah, definitely. And I think like a more acceptable scenario would be something like a lot of these cars that were drag raced, they were stripped out and they got like an aluminum dash frame, and it was like say a real Roadrunner or a Super B. And then years later, let's say you had a Roadrunner Super B that was you parted out because it was too rusty or something, and you had the VIN numbers on it. Like, I feel completely comfortable re-VINing that car. I wouldn't try to pass it off as legit if I was going to resell it, but probably would never resell it type of thing. But
well, I mean, and honestly though, you got to think too, if somebody replaced every piece of sheet metal on the car, here's where I have a problem. Okay, if I just take a VIN out of another car and do a rebody, okay, it affects the price. Yeah. I think it could also affect the price if you've got a completely new sheet metal, AMD sheet metal covering a car. It should affect the price, but it doesn't. I don't understand that whole. But this is a 6-cylinder. This was a 6-cylinder dart or duster. And now the thing is, see, that's another quandary I was kind of running into, and I'm kind of glad that this car came to me like this without a title. Because if it had a title, I wouldn't want to make it into a race car. I would look for an old race car.
Right.
If everything was legit on this car, yeah, you could swap a motor into it and make a hot rod out of it.
Yeah.
But you're not making a race car out of it.
Yeah. And I honestly, I think the A bodies and perhaps the D100 trucks and stuff are kind of the last frontier of having the freedom to build something how you want to. There's still a few of them out there that are low enough in value, like say a 6-cylinder car that a lot of the parts are missing. You could get a deal on it and you don't feel obligated. Like, for example, my buddy Mike Coffey just drug home a 71 CUDA. He said it's a 198 or 198 cubic inch slant 6. And I forget the numbers on it. Something like 1 in 65 ever built, right? Like, what do you do? Now, if this was the 90s, like in my heyday, that slant 6 is going in the dumpster, know, and I'm dropping a 440 in it. But nowadays you go, damn, I mean, how do you do you, that's kind of a quandary, that car is so rare that, and to survive.
It's so odd. See, if I found something like that, I would be more about, okay, somebody's going to want this. I would put it out for sale and just be like, okay, find me a 318 car, because I want to do stuff like that. But a 6-cylinder, like there's I don't know if it's still on Marketplace around here, but there was, and I say around here, it's on the other side of Missouri, but it was a 73 Satellite, 6-cylinder, 3-speed on the tree.
Oh, wow. Never see those.
No. It's like,
especially that later gen.
Yeah, it's like I really like the 73. I like 71 through 74 Roadrunner Satellite Plymouth. Yeah. But with that one, it'd be like, and he had it for a decent price. It was a decent car, but it's like that's not something I'd want to drive.
Right.
So, you get strippers, I get Nazis.
Let me try to block these assholes. Okay, it looks like we blocked them. Yeah, I think the right thing to do in that scenario is like if you're trying to build a hot rod, just go ahead and pass that car on. Let somebody else that's like, I gotta have that rare, all original car, pass it on to that guy, and then go back out and find another one that, like you said, a 318 car that's not rare.
Yeah,
depending
you'd
on.
have said with me back in the '90s, if we'd have seen that car for sale, oh, we'd have jumped on that because the guy wouldn't have wanted a whole lot for it. He'd been like, it's a 300 tree. You know, nobody wants that. And you're like, yes, now I can make a hot rod out of it. But
Yeah, exactly.
it's getting weird nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, in my day, I mean, that was the thing. I mean, being on the broke end of things, the broke end of the spectrum, I was dragging B bodies out of yards for, anywhere from $100 to $500. So you could drag a Charger home, but most of those cars were pretty hammered. Not too bad on rust because California they weren't rusty. They weren't really bad rusty. You get some rust, but not a ton. But they were either pretty hammered or they were taken apart or whatever. And there were 318 cars. Like that's what you bought for $100 to $500 because I couldn't afford like a nice running driving 69 RT Charger. Back then, I mean, that was like a $2,500 to $3,000 car, which is ridiculously cheap in today's time. But that's what they cost back then. And that was just so expensive. And even for me, it's like, man, I could buy, you know how many Chargers I could buy, 318 Chargers I could buy for that same amount of money. So the thing is you picked one up for a couple $100 and you ripped the 318 out of it and you bought yourself a C body for another $200 to $500 and you ripped the 440 out of it, junked the car, and then dropped the 440 in your Charger, and you had a hot rod, instant hot rod. And there was no sacrilege because it was a 318 car. Back then, the only sacrilege was, or the only coveted cars were like Hemi cars, 6-pack cars, 340 cars, even 383 cars were kind of not that coveted, and guys were ripping the 383s out and putting 440s in there to upgrade, So, but a 318 car got no love, it was like completely acceptable to take it apart and do what you wanted with it, Are you still there? Oh man, I think we lost him. Sorry, hold on, guys. Hopefully it's not on my end. You guys watching, can you still see me? Put a comment in there. Bear with me 1 minute. Sorry for the technical difficulties, guys. Huh. All right. Well, it looks like we lost Bryan. Let's see. That was a bummer because we were just getting into, we didn't even start talking about big blocks and A bodies yet. What the hell? All right, we'll give him another couple minutes. Hopefully he can reconnect. Let's see. Okay, he needs a second. He just messaged me. All right, so while he's re-linking up, let me go through the comments here. Travis's Mopar Garage. What's up, guys? What's up, Travis? Heavens Mopars. What's up, man? Heavens Mopars actually challenged Bryan to the No Name Nationals. So if you guys get a chance, go check out Heavens Mopars. He's got some pretty cool videos. He's just starting his YouTube channel. Okay, mostly old parts and rust. What's up, man? NSB Custom Cars. Hello, fellers. What's going on, MSB? Mopar Heaven, our Heavens Mopars. It's probably my fault that Brian is putting a big block in his duster. Tall John, Fun Shop. Killer, I made it. All right, what's up, Tall John? Travis, nothing wrong with putting biggest engine in the smallest car. Yes, sir. Mopar Nut 62 is in there. Hey, Tall John. That's what he's saying to Tall John. Anthony D. Good day, Johnny. What's going on, Ross? He's from down under Australia. Big Mike's Hoopty Barn. What's up, guys? Bad Tree Production. What's going on, Blake? What's up, gang? Rick McKim. What's for supper? It is Panda Express. I was cutting it super close. My son wanted to start doing this after school thing, so we had to go pick him up, grab dinner, come home, and then I'm like running into the garage, turning everything on. So I don't think the lighting is all that great, and I'm not really centered like I want to be, but we're up and going. Travis's Mopar Garage. Hey, Bad Tree. Mopar Nut. Hey, Johnny. Ross. Hey, viewers. Bad Tree Production. Travis. Forrest. Hey, Johnny. What's going on, Forrest? Forrest is he's one of our co-owners to our club car. The 66 Belvedere we call Dorothy. Big Mike's Hoopty Barn. Hey, Blake. Bad Tree. Mike. Mostly Old Parts and Rust is saying, hello, Johnny Mopar. Big Mike's Hoopty Barn. Hey, Mopar Nut. Mopar Nut Sunroof. Hard to get now. Yeah. You know what? I don't know if you guys know this or not, but my buddy actually had a sunroof and was going to put it in my 72 Charger, the blue one. Actually cut the roof on the thing, put it in, and then we couldn't get parts for it. And then I think the sunroof came out of a 74, 3 or 4. And I think those sunroofs were a little bit different each year. Maybe the 71 and 2 are the same, but I think the 3 is different. And then I think the 4 is different. Honestly, unless you have an original car and all the parts are there, I would avoid them. Like, it's very, very hard to get any parts for them. They don't make any parts for those cars because they're so rare. Mopar Nut or Bad Tree, Jason, Mopar Nut 62. Hey, Big Mike, Tall John. Hey, Mopar Nut 62. Bad Tree says, looking at another D275. All right. I hope you're going to lower it, Blake. Piss off everybody else in the Mopar world. Mopar Nut 62, 71 Roadrunner. Big Mike says, hey, Tall John. Okay, looks like we got Brian back.
Johnny?
Yes, sir.
Are we live?
Yes, we are.
Are you sure?
Oh, I don't know. Am I not?
Did you click the thing? Because I'm talking to Sherry. She says, yeah, we're still waiting for Johnny to pop in.
Oh, shit.
It's says up in the right-hand corner, it says go live.
Yeah, we did that. It says end broadcast. You want me to end it and start over, maybe?
Well, hold on.
No. It's still saying waiting for Johnny Mopar.
Yeah, no, we're live.
Okay, yeah, I just went on my phone and we're live.
Yeah, we're live. Honey, just click out of it and go back in. I'm gonna let you go. All right. Love you. Bye.
I'm gonna probably leave my phone on there. All right.
Okay. She was just having problems on her end, and my internet screwed up, but I fixed it.
Okay, cool.
All right, now, sorry about that, guys. Where were we?
I don't know where we were. Let's see if anybody can get us back up to speed in the comments. I think we were talking about VIN swap stuff, but I think it's a good
six-cylinder cars.
Yeah, and like passing those on to somebody that would appreciate them more and keeping going hunting a car that's not so much sacrilege to do what you want with. But that's where A bodies are right now. I mean, they're taking off. They're definitely going
up. They've gone up in the last year.
I know. I couldn't tell you the cars I passed on. Back in the 90s, I passed on like it was a 383 big block GTS 69 Dart for $500. And I was like, actually, and then I passed on another GTS like that. It was a 340 car. Also, well, I think that one might have been more around $1,000 or so, but I didn't bother because it was an A body, and I was into B bodies. I wasn't so hung up on A body.
Me too. Me too. I never, this is my first Duster I ever owned. I did own a Dart for a little while.
Okay.
Long time ago, but the frame rail was rotted in it, and I was driving it anyway. But
yeah,
leaf spring goes up through the trunk.
Right.
But yeah, I would have passed on this back in the day, easy.
Oh yeah. So let's talk about your car. Heavens Mopar says he's probably responsible for you putting a big block in your car. Is that true, or were you already going to go big block?
It was gonna be. See, I was gonna do. I'll let this out. I had changed my mind. I've been going back and forth.
Okay.
And hell, I may still go back again. I don't know. But no, I'm going big block on it. But I was going back and forth, and the problem finding pistons right now is a big deal. Getting pistons right now is a big deal, and that's what my 360 needs. I need a set of pistons. And aluminum heads, I wanted to put aluminum heads on it, and with a Magnum motor, that's just a pain in the ass nowadays.
Oh.
And I'm like, screw it. It's actually cheaper for me to put together a big block.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay. I had already told everybody I was going 360, and I was going to do an April Fool's video saying that I had changed my mind completely and I'm going big block. I was going to leave everybody thinking it's a 360. And then, let people think, okay, he's just doing an April Fool's video, and then actually have the big block done up on the stand and be like, look. Yeah. But then he called me out, and I was like, well, shit, okay. And then he said he had a 340, and then he said he had that big block, and I was like, okay, this will be cool. We'll just make the race low compression, bottom end, whatever else you want to do to it. It's got to be stock bottom end, low compression 440, because that's what he had. That's what I'm looking to get. I've got like 4 or 5 different leads on them. They're not hard to find.
No, and I saw his video on his. He's doing a Duster as well. His is what year was it? A 70? Was it 70 or 71? An early one, or was it?
This is the early one. His is actually easier to put a big block in. And that was one of the things I wanted to discuss with you and with other people about putting the big block in it. But yeah, he's doing that.
Okay.
And so I was just like, okay. And I'm gonna see how much I can actually get just for, until next winter when I decide to do a motor or whatever. Or after my wife's truck's done, she's in here. I can't talk about other projects except for her truck after this one.
Okay.
But I want to see what I can do with it. I'm going to get the Whiplash cam because Hughes engines, that's what they designed that cam for. Low compression, low compression motor. So I'm going to get the Whiplash cam, and I'm going to see what I can do. You saw what I got from Indy, right?
I did not.
Video?
No, I didn't. What did you get?
Oh man, I took it apart too.
Did you? All right. This just in, guys.
Oh no, this is on my channel. Where is it? There it is.
Oh, you know what? I did see that because when I was watching your live, you were wrenching on taking it apart to clean it up.
Oh yeah.
So.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
Where's that camera at now? But yeah, and that. Oh, you know what? This is something I hadn't really showed. The coolness that whoever did this. Okay. You got the nitrous micro switch already back here.
Oh shit! Nice. Okay.
It's got the ports for the fogger.
Okay.
and spray bars down inside the tunnel ram.
Oh,
like
shit.
what would normally be on a plate.
Yeah.
So this is a totally separate kit. So if I want, I could just hook this up and just have one kit of nitrous, you know. Or you could have two kits with the fogger and with that. But I don't have to buy extra nitrous plates now. It's all here. I just got to plumb straight into this.
Wow.
It's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, in that video, the video where I showed that, where am I at here? Oh, cameras and technology and crap.
Right.
But the video I showed that, I was watching the rebroadcast or the VOD with you and Chris.
Yeah.
And when I showed the tunnel ram, I had it paused and it looked like you guys were both looking down at it. It was pretty funny.
Well, cool, man.
So, yeah, I've got what do you have on how is your big block put into your duster?
So
did you do it or did you buy it like that?
No, when I bought the car, it's a lot like your car. It was a shell. It was a complete shell. The previous owner, well, the guy I got it from, him and a buddy built the car to take to the drag strip, and they were running it, I believe, at Palmdale. They were up in the high desert here in California. He had sold the car to this couple, and there was this lady was actually racing the car with a 440 in it. I think, fairly mild 440. So the fender wells were already cut out. It had down bars from the firewall to the frame rails. It had a cage in it, but it was cut out. Had the quarter glass was Lexan, but all the rest of the glass was there. And long story short, this guy was chromey bumpers, so I actually was taking my Roadrunner and Coronet bumpers to him to get re-chromed, and the car was there, and we started talking. And at that time, I had raced my D100. It was a lower truck. It was heavy. It was slow, small block. It wasn't anything fancy. And then I graduated to racing the Roadrunner, and then graduated to racing the Coronet, which were complete street cars. But each time it was going faster. And I thought, the next natural progression is to go big block in an A body. And here with this car was there. That was basically how it was configured. It was just a shell, but that's how it was raced. So I bought, the guy was selling it. He had, the couple that he got, or let's see, the couple they sold it to liked the square bodies more, like Valiants and Darts. They wanted a Dart. And so he had picked up, because he was always buying and selling stuff. So he picked up a Valiant, and he says, hey, I got this Valiant here. And I think it was also 74 or so. And he said, if you want a square body, you want to trade. Like, basically, you take all the goodies out of the duster, put it into the square Dart, and then, you race it, and then we'll get the duster back. And they said, yeah, sure. So when they did that, they had cut the cage out of the car. They took all the aluminum paneling out of the car, and they used it as templates for the Dart, or for the Valiant. And so when he got the duster back, it was basically, tore up. And he was like pissed, because it's like, what am I going to do? I got to put a new cage in it, because you cut, like, he thought he was getting a body back. He could just put a drivetrain in and go run and a front clip on. But he didn't. He got this car, so he was just burnt out on it. He was done. He didn't want anything to do with it anymore. So I picked it up for $1,000. And then, God, what was that? That had to have been, I can't even remember now how long that was. I think that was around 2007 or so, 2008, somewhere in that time frame. That's when I started working on the car. So it's been this really slow, and if you saw that video I did on the car, it's just been like, I didn't take videos back then. I just took pictures. So I tried to make the video, all these pictures, like the progression, and and try to put the years in, like things I got done. So it would go in spats. It's like either I had money and no time, or I had time and no money. and trying to get all that stuff to line up, you know, and go through these spurts where it's like, okay, cool. I'm gonna jump in there. I'm gonna do the mini tub, and I got in there sawing it, you know, and you're out there every weekend, and then you get to a point where the build is so long that life comes along and it just derails you, you know. So then the car will, like, that part will get done, mini tub gets done, leaf springs got moved in, that got done, and then the car sits, and then maybe 6 months or a year goes by. And then, okay, I'm going through the rear end. I had a truck, a D100 8 3/4. I had it cut down, bought new Dutchman axles for it, like went through it all, dropped a bunch of money into it, put that into the car. And it's like, okay, now the rear end is done, you know? And before that, it was the cage, got the cage in it. That's done, you know, just kind of spent.
That's kind of the way this car was going. You know, I do a little bit.
Yeah.
And then,
yeah, when you were talking about when you picked this car up and I saw it and saw where it's at, and you're gonna go to the No Name Nationals, you know, I'm just like, man, this car seems exactly like my car. I mean, it is like the twin to my car, and I'm just thinking like, and I'm not trying to doubt you. I'm not trying to put any negative vibes at you or doubt you, but it's like being that, and it's not the same thing, right? I mean, you made a good point too, where you're like, yeah, but out of those 14 years, how many other Mopars did you squeeze in there? It's no lie. There's tons, you know. It's like I get burnt out on the Duster. Go buy me a C-body, because I love C-bodies too, by the way. Buy like a low-hanging fruit C-body that's clean and just get it running and just cruise it, you know, and that kind of fill the void, you know. So if I'd stayed 100% on the car, it wouldn't have taken as long for sure. But it's kind of hard to stay sustained when that car needed so much. And that's a good segue into, if I want to put a big block in an A body, what do you do? All right. So getting back to your question, I picked up it was basically a V8 spool mount K-member, which would have been original to that car. And these are all the things you don't know. You know, you go through it and you learn a ton of stuff, you know. I'm sorry, I just saw Mike Coffey say big blocks are awful in A-body. Too hard to change spark plugs. Mike is a big proponent and supporter of big blocks and A-bodies, by the way. He's got this killer Duster. But so yeah, the K-member,
I love that car.
Yeah, his car is going to be badass, dude. It's going to be way over the top. But you know, so I bought the Schumacher motor swap mounts, which goes from big block to the V8 K-member, the 318 K-member. And, you know, in the instructions, it's like, and I'd already got my K-member powder coated. I just didn't know, I'd never done, you know, like Schumacher swaps before. So this is one of those things. If anybody's thinking about doing it, you got to do some homework up front, you know, and find out about this kind of stuff. So you actually have to cut up the K-member. And I didn't know that.
You have to notch out for the oil pump, right?
Yes. So if you're looking at the K-member, I think the passenger side, I can't even remember, but one of the sides, because basically it's like a slot, right? And the motor mount, the spool comes down like this, and then the bolt goes through here with like a washer that keeps it from pulling out. The rubber can compress, it'll never pull out. It's an awesome design versus the biscuit style, which can tear. So these will never tear out, but you have to drill a hole lower on one side, and then you got to cut the ears off the top. So I had to do that on one of the motor mounts. I can't remember which. And then on the driver's side, where the big block oil pump is, it will hit the K-member. So you have to notch the K-member to make a clearance. And it's basically where that round.
Some of them you do, and some of them you don't have to do that notch. Where the where the oil pump will hit, you always got to do that notch. I thought there was a notch for the oil pan on the K-member that I read. See, but that's my problem though. Schumacher doesn't exist anymore.
But it does. It actually does. Actually, my friend bought Schumacher, Chris Field. he owns Motec, and he now owns Schumacher. And I know that he's been having, because of all of this like shortage, supply chain issues, and trying to get parts like you're getting with the pistons. You can't get pistons and stuff. I know he's been having issues getting materials and getting a lot of stuff made. So, but he is back in business, and he's working diligently to get all his inventory built back up. So go online, look at Schumacher. I think the website still looks the same, but
see, I heard that Tin Man bought Schumacher. Like from a really reliable source, I heard Tin Man bought Schumacher. And then supposedly Tin Man sold off some of the Schumacher stuff. I don't know. You obviously know the story better than me because you know the guy.
Yeah.
So, hey, hook me up with a set of
I will. I'm going to see. I'm actually going to see Chris tomorrow, because Chris is
put up on this list. All right.
All right. You need a cut in line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for everybody,
not that big of a deal. I got plenty of time.
For everybody watching, Schumacher is back in business, and I know he's building inventory. If you go on, I think his thing is Schumacher. He kept the name. I think if you go on Instagram, you can find. Let me see if I can find. Because I know I've seen his post. Yeah. No. God, what is it? Probably spelling it wrong. Let's see.
But no, I used to, engineswaps.com was the name of the Schumacher site.
Yeah, so I think it's the same site. So if you go to the site, go check it out. It's my buddy Chris Field. I'll talk to him tomorrow. I'm actually going to see him tomorrow. He's part owner of our club, our 66 4-door Belvedere, Dorothy. Mm-hmm. And we're doing that 3K build challenge with sort of stock Mopars. Anyway, Chris is part owner of that car.
Since you do know the guy and everything, a good thing for him to do would be to put up on the website, on the homepage, that he bought it. They're going to be making parts again, because there's a lot of people out there. I mean, you go on for A bodies only, anything like that, and people think, oh, Tin Man bought Schumacher, and they're not making the stuff anymore. And if people think that, so if he was to put that on the site, then people who go to the site would be like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I actually haven't been to the site in a while. I should look and see. For all I know, he might have already wrote that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been, because last I heard that they weren't doing it anymore. But yeah, that actually helps me out a whole lot.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll talk to him tomorrow when I see him. But so you have to cut up the K member, which was kind of sucked. After you got a powder coat, it's like, I wish I knew that beforehand. But so I cut it up, got the motor mounts in, got the engine mounted to the K member and stuff. I'm running Schumacher Headers as well. I bought a long time ago. All this stuff was many years ago, before Schumacher went through its deal. So the headers I have are called Tri-Y headers. I think TTI actually makes them for Schumacher. So if you're building a all-out drag car, I don't recommend these headers. These headers are small tube headers. I can't remember if they're like 1 5/8 or 1 7/8 tube. They're really small tube. But if you're building like if you're doing a street A body and you're putting those headers on it, they're great. They're freaking awesome. Now, I like my cars low. So part of the reason why I chose these headers is that the way they terminate, so you go from the 2-cylinder, let me see if I can, you go from the 2 cylinders, and then those merge together, and then those two merge together into one flange. And the flange doesn't go all the way down like into a collector like a typical header. It basically falls short, kind of like an exhaust manifold. It kind of terminates, and it terminates at a kind of like a 45-degree angle. So the flange will go up to the flange on the header. So you don't have like a flange hanging down under the car like typical headers like my Coronet. I can only go so low on that car because it'll scrape. The headers are just hanging so far down.
Yeah.
So they are great for that, and they're great because you can get your hands around, the motor and stuff, and the starter and the, steering box and all that kind of stuff. They're tight on an A body. So
I have put the B body headers, like the cheap B body headers, they will fit.
Okay.
It is not fun. It is the most unfun thing I've ever done in my life, but they will fit.
Okay.
Because I did them on my buddy's race car because he was wanting to make it a street car. He had what I have now is the Fenderwell exit headers.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's like what Coffee's got. If you run Fenderwell headers, the space to spark plug, starter, steering shafts, steering box, all that stuff, it opens everything up. You can get to everything pretty easily. The only downside is that because the headers come up and over like into the fender well, they basically, your exhaust pipe is going to exit on the outside of the frame rails. Mm-hmm. So if you're going to have a low car, you can't really run exhaust down the outside of the frame rails out the back. They need to run on the inside because that there's like bracing from the frame rail to like the rocker panel. So, and there's just really no room. So you got to run on the inside. So you have to kind of come back underneath the frame rail. And when you do that, you've got that whole pipe basically going under the frame rail. The car has to be high. It can't.
Yeah. That's the problem with those two problems with the Fenderwell exit headers.
Yeah.
It's tire clearance. When you make for drag racing, it's not a big deal. The only time that it's ever going to concern you is when you're turning around to go up to go back on the return road. Tire clearance, which see, my buddy had a 400 in his, and I'm kind of thinking because the 400 was a lower deck and everything goes like this, that maybe the taller deck in the engine would give you more tire clearance with the Fenderwell headers. I'm not 100% sure. I'm getting ready to find out.
Okay.
But he set his car level. It didn't sit low. It sat about factory height.
Yeah.
But and he had just open headers. Okay. So it was just the pipe sticking down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it would still catch the trailer sometimes coming off.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. My buddy, he's got a 72, the same thing. And his was catching the trailer. The car wasn't very low, but it still catch the trailer. And then he had a guy, another buddy of his, kind of like notch the collector, or notch where it started to bend under to basically push it up more. So instead of swooping down lower, it made a little bit sharper of a turn so the car can go on the trailer without scraping,
Well, I'm going to need to put like boards down, like what you would have to do with a lowered car. You know how sometimes the lower cars they're hard that once you get them at that one spot on the trailer, it's like, almost high centers on it. Yeah. And you basically got to put wood down or jack the front of the. I've seen guys at the track with their tow vehicle on ramps, the back tires on ramps that high off the ground to get the trailer to tilt down. And I may have to do stuff like that, but because my car's not going to sit low, but I'm coming straight out of those headers into a set of old school side pipes.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, the kind with the grill on the outside, the ones you used to get from JC Whitney, Yeah. That's what's going on this car. And the thing is, I always hated that, because if you look at other cars with side pipes, with regular headers, they go back so far that if you just come straight off the side pipes start like 6 inches under the door. Yeah. Well, with these Fenderwell headers, the side pipe's going to come out right at the fender. I think it's going to look really good.
Yeah. So we'll get back to big block and A-body stuff. But this is a good segue for what I wanted to talk to you about originally was the build on your car, like what it's going to look like. Now, it sounds like to me, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like to me you're kind of building a street freak.
Exactly what I'm building.
I'm visiting stink bug. Yeah,
stink bug. Stink bug. Look at pictures of stink bugs. They're little flat things that sit real low to the ground.
Not out here.
What I'm building is a tarantula that's getting ready to. It's tarantula stance. It's not stink bug. It's tarantula.
You guys must have different kinds of stink bugs because our stink bugs here, they're like that. When you touch them, they go. They stick their head.
I don't touch stink bugs, so because they stink.
You should try. You might like it.
No, I won't because I am.
You might get inspiration.
I am offended by the whole stink bug thing. I'm trying to change it.
Okay. Well, anyway, so you're gonna put some big fatties under the car that would probably rub the wheel wells if the car were sitting down at level stock height, right? So this thing's going to be jacked up where the tires are sticking out a little bit, or what are we looking at? Yeah.
Well, okay, here's the thing. I have, with the car, when the car was in stock form, okay, it didn't sit like a tarantula. It didn't sit like this with regular tires on it. It sat fairly level. It may have had a little rake to it, you know?
Yeah.
But it had stock springs on it with these old school helper springs up underneath.
Okay.
So they were stiff, but they were still pretty well stock heights because I've got my old springs and I've got my new springs. I set them right next to each other. It had a little bit of a shackle in the back, but nothing like, I had a Camaro one time that had the big, huge tires on it, and the shackles were like this long, they were like a foot long. But no, they're normal size shackle. It's an aftermarket shackle, and it was the adjustable. Had the 3 holes, and it was in the top hole.
Okay.
And the tires fit underneath the car with there's about that much room to the top.
Okay.
But now with those, because what I'm putting on the car is, I feel stupid. I don't feel stupid saying it, but it's funny when you think about it. I'm putting a 31 16.5 Hoosier cheater slick on it.
31
inches tall.
It's tall.
16.5 inches wide.
Big wheel. Okay.
The only place that rubbed, was the front of the rear quarter.
Okay.
Because if you look at a Duster's, the rear wheel wells, hold on, let me get to where my fingers are. Okay, the back, I've got like this much room from that tire to the back because the back of the Duster wheel well slopes down.
Yeah.
The front just comes straight down.
Yeah.
In fact, you know what? Hold on. I will show you exactly what I'm talking about because I have it right here. You just have to ignore my crappy body work.
Okay.
I need just Mopar Joe to come do my body work.
Mopar nuts.
This is good. This is good because this kind of stuff when you got the car right here.
There you go. You're talking about the rear or the front of the wheel?
Can't get it perfect. But right here, this is the back.
Yeah.
It's got this slope down.
Yeah.
Well, the front on mine has a little slope down now. Factory, you've got this much. I basically cut a wedge and then pushed the flat part over and welded it in.
Okay.
At the bottom down here, I cut out about 1.5 inches.
Okay. Yeah.
It's 1.5 inches forward from where it was.
This
That's
is
the only place that tire rubbed.
If anybody's thinking about doing an A-body, this is a very typical problem. My car had the same problem. The previous owner actually just cut that out. He just sort of cut it out and then through silicone between the wheel well and the quarter panel. I like welded a little piece in there to kind of close it off, but
well, I had a little bit of rust right here.
Okay.
So I put some metal in there and welded it in. I've got a bigger rust hole on the other side I got to fix, but yeah. And then now I'm, Bondo.
Right.
While that's aiming down there, go ahead, keep talking. You're talking about. So he just put silicone in there.
Yeah, I just put silicone in there. I just pretty much tacked it together where there was a little bit too much gap. Put a little slither of metal in there and welded it in. But this is something if you're going to put a fat tire under an A body. I'm not sure if this is I assume it's any A body problem, but I've only really done the Duster, so
actually the Dusters are the easiest to put a bigger tire underneath.
I think so too, because they got big hips. Those quarter panels are the biggest of the A bodies, so they make great when you're going to build a race car out of them or a hot rod out of them. They're great for that.
And they actually the A body rear end is set up for the dart. The width. So if you have a normal size tire in there, it's like 3 or 4 inches tucked in.
Yeah.
And they look like crap.
Yeah.
This tire is what's going on here.
Nice.
Now it rubbed on the inside, it rubbed just barely. I mean barely. And really sometimes it didn't rub the leaf spring.
Oh, okay.
So what I'm doing is and when it was like that, it stuck out about that far.
Okay.
Maybe an inch. But I'm getting a early B-body rear end, which is, if you're building a Duster with normal tires, that's what you want.
Yeah.
Because it'll make a normal tire stick out because it goes out about, they're a half inch, or they're a total of an inch wider than the A body. So you got a half inch on either side. So this is actually going to stick out maybe 1.5 inches, 2 inches outside of the.
Okay.
Which doesn't bother me at all. I like it.
Are you moving the leaf springs inboard at all?
Nope.
Okay. And then you're not mini tubbing it either, right? Or are you?
Nope.
Okay.
I am not doing anything to it.
Okay.
I am putting a set of super stock springs on it. And that's it.
That'll jack up the back by itself.
At least on the one side.
Okay.
Oh,
I think you're getting a glare or something.
Yeah. There we go. That'll work.
Cool.
All right. But yeah, that's.
So my fender wells are out of my car, which, and like I said, the previous owner put the down bars in it. Makes it super nice, man. I mean, so easy to get to spark plugs and stuff on that car.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you do, I think you got to strengthen it. You got to put something in place of it to make it stronger. Now, so another problem that I think I have with my car, and when I was having this problem, I was looking at a bunch of forums, and it seems to be a common problem with at least Dusters, but I'm sure A bodies, especially drag cars. Maybe it's cars that are sitting low, but when I had my car low and I did my driveway alignment on the car, like I'd pull the upper A arms all the way out, and it was still had a lot of negative camber to it, and I couldn't pull the arms out any further than they were. So the stock Mopar suspension has it's 4 degrees of movement. So if it was straight up and down, it's typically 2 degrees in and 2 degrees out, and that's it. That's all you got. So when the car is pretty low, you pull the arms all the way out and it's still not enough. And I think possibly my frame rail might have been twisting, because it had a big block in it. The car would come off the ground on the driver's side, not by much, but there's a picture of it I have. It's about that much from the previous owner. that thing coming down with a big block weight on it, slamming that whole frame rail, now that the Fenderwell's cut out and everything, it could have been twisting. If it's twisting, it could have been losing some degrees there. But I ended up getting the SPC upper control arms that are adjustable. So they have 6 degrees of throw, so 3 degrees in, 3 degrees out. They come with bolts. They expect you to take out the factory cam bolts. And they expect you to just put straight bolts through it and then just use the SPC arms for adjustment. I left the factory ones in. And so I have the 4 degrees from the factory, and then I got the 6 degrees from the SPC.
So you got all kinds of.
I got tons and tons of travel. So I was able to pull the arms out and get it, where the tires or wheels are basically sitting straight up and down. So that's something that's more of if you're doing an A body and it's going to sit low, I think it will affect you. I'm just trying to throw that out there in case anybody's watching this and they want to do something like that. These are sort of the things you have to go through.
Well, that's another thing too, though, is I would think, and this is just me from the little bit of knowledge that I picked up on the internet about drag racing, is you would want that to the front end of that of these cars to be as low as you could get it, because you want as much front end travel as you can get to get that to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want that front end to come up to throw the weight back.
Well, you definitely want that, like with drag shocks. If you have the 9010s up front, it just pulls the front. The front will go up for weight transfer. From a static standpoint, I don't know that you would want the front low. If you think about like a gasser sort of starts out already nose high.
The gasser's already got
it's the
transfer built into it.
Right, exactly. So I think that would probably be. It looks ugly.
I guess it wouldn't matter. It's going to come up the same amount anyway.
Yeah. It probably would.
Have to. Well, see, the thing is that I had another guy when we were working on my my buddy's 74 Duster drag car. The bump stops for the arms to come down. The ones when it not the bump stops for when the car bottoms out. Yeah. But it's got to put a bump stop for when it comes up. He had those. He took those out, and he got. Oh, you need to put those in. And I'm like, no, because those would limit travel.
Yeah.
So I would think you would want those gone, because you want those A arms to come down as far as they can.
Yeah. I would think that would be beneficial.
I mean, the Chevy guys, some of them use long ball joints that actually give you more front end to make to where the A arms will go down farther.
Yeah. See, I don't know how much, I think my car still has those bump stops on it. But this is the kind of stuff, because I can kind of see it both ways in a way, because I've seen guys like the off-road guys will put straps to limit travel. Like when they're jumping and they're going through the air, they have like seat belts, right? Like straps that stop the suspension from going too far. I'm kind of curious, if you had that bump stop in there, say you're drag racing and the front end is coming up and it hits that bump stop, doesn't that push the ass down more, make it hook more? Or maybe it's too abrupt. Maybe if you don't have the bump stop, the front end could go up farther and you don't get that abrupt bump.
Well, there's a whole thing on, you got it. I mean, there's people out there know a hell of a lot more about it than I do.
Yeah.
You want a certain amount of travel. Too much is bad and too little is bad, because you'll get guys that where they get all kinds of travel, but then they put the limiters in too.
Yeah.
So
this is the kind of stuff I'm
going because the ass end is going to be up. I'm going with, I want as much travel as possible.
Right.
Which I don't even know how much horsepower I'm going to be making, if it's even going to matter.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I'm using a low compression motor, and I've seen people get 300-400 horsepower out of a low compression motor, no problem. But I'm doing other things to it. And you know, if it hooks good, I'll hit the nitrous right off the line. I don't care. You know, that's when the testing's going to come in.
Yeah. When's the best point to do that? Yeah, I mean, my Roadrunner, I loved that car. I was an idiot for taking it apart and selling the body off. I mean, sometimes you can't see the forest through the trees, you know, and the car, I'd gone through that car and everything was sound with it except the body. It was like to a point where, you know, I had disc brakes up front, I had frame connectors, like everything was bitching on the car perfectly, ran every time, fired up every time, super reliable street car. And then I decided, well, it's at a point where it needs restoration. And I had other cars that I would have rather, you know, Chargers, I would have rather sunk the money into restore. So I decided, well, I'm going to take all the goodies out of this car and put it in a Charger at some point, which I haven't done. I've kind of put all those goodies into that Cornet wagon I have. But, you know, I should have just kept the car the way it was, left it ratty.
Yeah.
But anyway, that motor was a 78 low compression. It was a warranty long block for an RV. And I picked it up for like $500. The guy he got it from was like a mechanic at a Dodge dealership, and he had the engine for years. And the motor was brand new. I mean, it had the exhaust manifolds on it still, and it had blue overspray on it still. The thing had never been fired, never got hot, you know. And I turned it upside down and drained all the gear oil he had in the cylinder. So it was like, this thing was just perfect, you know. But low compression. So all I did was I put a Edelbrock RPM intake on it, headers, Mopar ignition system, and purple shaft 474 lift cam in it. And man, dude, I mean, I think that car was making around 390 horsepower, even low compression. So this is the beauty of big blocks. So this is part of this recipe or combination. The beauty of big blocks is that you can build a very mild big block and get lots of power out of it and lots of torque out of it without having to get exotic. I mean, I had put roller rocker arms on that thing, you know, with adjustable rockers and shit, and I fucked it up. It was a hydraulic cam, and when I had set the lash on it, I think the lifters were compressing. So when I took the thing out for its first drive, you know, and I romped on it, I was like, yeah, man, this thing's making power. And I romped on it, and it's like I just pretzeled the freaking push rods. The thing started running like crap. I limped it home, pulled the valve covers, and it's like pretzeled all the push rods. Shit. So I took all that bullshit out, and I put stock stamped steel rocker arms on it with the factory push rods in it, put it back together, and that thing ran like stink, man. And I never looked back, you know. So the beauty of big blocks is you don't have to get exotic with them. You don't have to put any special, expensive, you know, exotic parts on the engine to make power, you know, and small blocks make good power too. But if you want to make decent power, you know, you start getting close to that 400 threshold and above, you really got to start throwing some parts at it. With a big block, it's like, it'll make that no problem, you know. Just put a little cam in it and you're making good power, you know. And then if you do have the budget for that kind of stuff, well, shit, man, it's sort of like, you know, sky's the limit. On a big block, it just amplifies. You throw like heavy, you know, hardware or high performance hardware at it, it'll just keep making more and more power, you know. So that's why I love big blocks. So, but
Mopar Nut said something about big blocks make a lousy street car. Now I'm wondering this.
Okay.
The extra weight up front, I see how it could be different. But I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be that much. But I'm not going to be driving the thing down the highway either. Okay.
If it's not
it's going to be a race car. I've already said it's going to be a race car. And if I do, the only reason I'm putting that dash in it with it having a title is because I want to put plates on it for if I want to go out and play around on the street.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, if I have license and insurance on it, that's going to be one less ticket that they give me.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
So,
I was talking to Mike Coffey about this. The thing about A bodies is, I mean, this is kind of who'd you say said it? Was it Mopar that said it?
yeah.
It when I drive my Duster down the street, I feel like, my life is in jeopardy. Because I feel like that car, it feels like a freaking tin can. Like it's got a lot of motor in it. It's powerful, and then the body is like, I don't know what it is. It just doesn't feel like safe and stable to me like my B bodies do. When I take the
Well,
B
the
body down the street,
body's a big, heavy.
yeah,
I would think you would feel the same thing. Like if you had a 6-cylinder Duster back in the day, driving it down the highway at 60 miles an hour, you're like, oh my God, if somebody hits me, I'm gonna, because everybody was used to big cars back then.
Yeah. No, I think that's true. And usually, if you're gonna go with a big block, there's so little space in there. You usually go with like a manual steering box in there.
Mhm.
My car isn't that bad because I got skinny tires up front, so it's pretty easy to steer. And I got a lot of caster in it, like 5 degrees caster. So the car is it's pretty easy to steer. It's not bad at all, even with a
See,
big
with
block.
the skinny tires worry me more street driving than the
Yeah.
manual steering, because 70% of your braking is with your front tires.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like getting traction taken off, getting traction stopping. If you've got a little bitty patch,
Yeah, I don't take any corners going fast. I don't feel comfortable taking corners going fast. I do feel comfortable going around the corner, and as you go into the corner, like laying into it, kind of doing a little fishtail there. That's fun. But yeah. Anyway, what do you say we go through some of these comments, get kind of like caught up a little bit, and from here, then we'll kind of dive back into some other maybe challenges or issues with big blocks and A bodies.
Well, I was wondering, honestly, we've been at this about an hour, just us talking. What would you feel about bringing some other people in to talk with us?
I'm cool with it.
I mean, it's your live though,
Then no, I don't want them in here. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You don't want my people in here.
Let's just see.
Just wait till my next live. You need to be part of my next live. I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm doing a live. I'm going to start it around 8:00. You know how long mine go.
Oh yeah.
And then you get to the weird hour when people start talking about the topics, just kind of go off the rails. I've got a little video to put in right at that point when the topics start going off the rails. I have a video that I'm going to play. It mutes everybody. And it's going to play the video. Just wait you see it tomorrow.
Okay. All right. I'll be there for it. Let's see. Mopar Nut. I'm not gonna go through every one because there's quite a few comments in here. Ted Evans, he's my buddy. He was the guy, man, back in the day. Ted was the guy that did the fabrication, like cages, mini tubs. Tim and his brother Ed. It was always a treat going over there and seeing all the Mopars and stuff he had. But anyway, he says SoCal stink bugs have their butt up in the air. The ones here in Michigan are totally different bug. He said big, but I think he meant bug. So
see, so just because your stink bugs are like that, you should.
That's what we call. That's what we call those cars because they look like.
Well, I don't care if people have been doing it for 100 years. I'm changing it. It's tarantulas or scorpions because that's what they look like to me.
Scorpions are flat.
Not when they're getting ready to kill somebody. They're not. I don't know. I don't like bugs anyway. So.
Oh, okay. Hey, Ted says different bug. It's a different bug. Mopar Nut says sometimes called diggers because of the extreme rake. And then Mopar Nut says hijackers. Two Hacks says You could always find a set of M code 440 Dart exhaust manifolds for clearance issues. It's true. They're cheap and plentiful. Sarcasm.
Yeah.
Mold, Opar nuts and rust. 2X. I saw your NOS set up for $5,000. 2 hacks. I have a set that came off Grand Spalding car. Too bad they're trashed. Mopar Nut says, "Hey, darts are worse in that spot." Oh, okay, so that they have a problem too with the big tires hitting the front of the wheel well opening.
Oh well, and the top, the dusters are like they were almost this car was like made to put a big ass.
Oh tire. Yeah, they have the big wheel well opening. Darts are
honestly, I have to admit, when they made this car, they kind of copied the Novas.
Yeah, you could see.
Well, I like those Novas too, so I've owned a few of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only own Mopars, but now I only own Mopars.
Oh, good for you, man. They're the best cars on the planet. Chris Albrecht says, "I couldn't even fit a 225 60-15 on my Dart without trimming."
Yeah.
To be honest, my car, I've moved the leaf springs in, so it's 3 inches inboard on each side underneath the frame rails, and I mini tubbed it. I moved the inner part of the wheel tubs against the frame, which is about 2 inches. So I got a 2-inch mini tub. The tires I could put on my Duster are basically the same size tire I can put on my B bodies without having to cut anything. So it's basically got a B body wheel well now with all that modification.
Well, the Dusters will hold like a 275 60. Really nice. They look good.
Yeah,
and
that's.
Did you see Jed's video? His tires are. Did you see his when he got the new hood?
Yeah, I saw. Well, I saw he posted, I think on Instagram maybe or Facebook, the 2 pictures. So I saw it's got the old school Pro Stock hood on it.
Yeah, that hood is. I was with him when he bought it. That thing is so because that's all metal. Somebody made that hood out of metal. Yeah.
Oh,
he could sit on that hood.
He could
sit on the hood scoop. But his car, he's got 29-inch tires on his, and I think that is the biggest around you could go without doing trimming. If you ever look at the back of his car, it looks pretty tough.
Okay.
But now, like the 71 through 74 B bodies, where they gave them hips.
Yeah.
You can fit like a 305/50. It's like a 12-inch wide tire will fit right up in there, and they look good.
Yeah, my 72 Charger, it's also mini tubbed, but my buddy John did it. He does awesome fabrication work.
That's the one that was in that video where you can't really, if you don't know that it's mini tubbed, you can't tell. Yeah.
Yeah, it's painted, it's bodied. He cut the hinge braces for the trunk lid. He cut and reshaped all that. It's a 4-inch mini tub on each side. The frame or the mini tub is not pushed to the frame. It's actually over the frame by 2 inches. And the reason he did that is he said that he had a Dart. A customer brought in a Dart one time, and he mini tubbed it to the frame rail. But the guy had such a steep driveway. When he'd go through the driveway and the axle would twist, it would rub. And he's like, it's not mini tubbed enough. And so he had to go in there and cut it again. He went 1 inch and it still rubbed. And then he did it again, 4 inches total to get it to finally clear. And he's like, now I don't even waste my time. I just move it 4 inches over. It's a little bit more work because like on my car, when I split it, I just slide it up against the frame rail and then weld it in place and then put the strip in it, But when you go that far over, you're going over the frame rail. You have to cut the bottom of the inside of the wheel well off so they can go over the top of the trunk floor basically. And then you have to weld because the frame rail is actually like a C channel. It kind of comes up like this and then it goes like that. And then it's tack welded to the floors. Mm-hmm. So when you cut there, basically you're cutting that lip that kind of rolls, where it's going to roll up like this to the floor. You're cutting that lip off, and then you have to weld that corner all along that frame rail to give the strength back to it, So it's a lot more work.
That's another thing, though. you were saying how yours took so long and everything. Well, you had a lot of work in moving the springs inboard and mini tubbing it. And I'm not doing all that work. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's a lot less for me to get burnt out on. You know, I've got all this. I'm getting all the stuff ordered. I'm just gonna throw the B body 8 3/4 in there on the super stock springs, and there you go. You know.
Yeah.
I'm not. You know, and then I've got the subframe connectors, which is going to be a little bit more work because of the ones I bought. But you saw those, right? They're fucking amazing. I love those.
Yeah, these are the ones they're like jagged to.
Yeah, they're actually made to form into the floor. So actually, the whole, instead of just having 2 bars that go through and connect the subframes, you're connecting the subframes and then connecting that to the floor.
Yeah.
So you've got the whole everything. And then the roll bar is going to be in on top of all of that. So I'm pretty sure the car is going to be pretty stiff.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think, so if you go that route, just if anybody's watching this, it's a little more work, I think, because you've got to weld it like a longer distance. Like if you like,
you've got to weld all the way down.
You got to weld all the way down. On mine, I did the is it 3 or 2x4 or 2x3? I think it's 2x3 tubing. I ran from the back frame rail to the front frame rail, and then cut a hole in the floor where the cage, basically goes through the floor, and then it's welded straight to the top of the frame connector. So my car's stiff too. It's probably already overkill for my motor. I mean, my car.
The roll bar and everything, I think is going to be overkill for this, but it's the whole fact of this isn't the end of this car. I'm going to build something with more power later. So.
So you're getting ahead. You're getting prepared.
Your strippers are back.
Are they? Okay. Let's see. Block them. All right. Let's go back into here. Motley crew of Mopars. So I don't know if that's Chris. The Purple Shaft. Yes, sir. Talking Mopars. Johnny always getting the deals. That's probably maybe the reference to buying the car for $1,000, I guess.
Wow. Well, you know that intake. You know what I paid for that?
The tunnel ram.
The tunnel ram with all the nitrous shit on it and the linkage, everything but the carburetors that you saw in that video.
Yeah.
I paid $250 for all of that.
What? Who hooked you up?
It was at the Indy swap meet.
Oh, nice, dude. That is cool.
These back wheels and tires that I've got here, I paid $125 for those.
Dang, dude. See, we don't get those kinds of deals out here in the West Coast.
I find deals where I can, and then you just got to know people and people that don't give a shit.
Well, my welds, I bought all my welds around that 2007 to 2010 time frame or whatever. Back then, like a front skinny weld was about, I want to say, just under $200. And the fatties in the back, like 8-inch wider or so, you're paying about $220, $240, somewhere in there. And man, I was gonna buy another set, and I'm looking at them now. They're now like $400 something a wheel. Brand new.
I measured those with the wheel calipers. You know what they used to.
Yeah.
Whenever they whatever. Yeah. Those wheels are 14. The wheels are 14 inches wide.
Damn, dude. That's freaking badass. All right, Chris Maddox, parental advisory. Oh, he probably caught me dropping an F-bomb. Sorry about that, Chris.
Oh, I use that word as a comma. If I did, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm a cusser. I've doing the YouTube thing. I've been trying to reel it in, so I've been getting better.
I tried, but
well, and I've bleeped it out a few times too.
Yeah. I just put not for kids on my videos. It's like, all right, there you go.
Everett says your green Plymouth Duster is a super beautiful car, Johnny Mopar. Thank you, Everett. I appreciate that. If you saw it, that my car is very photogenic. When I take pictures of it, it looks beautiful. But if you saw it in real life, or when you see it in real life, you'll see it's got a lot of flaws. But
They all do.
It was going to be a toy to thrash on from the get-go, so I wasn't trying to, make everything perfect on that car.
I'm a little upset about this whole ratty muscle car movement because
Really?
And you can attest to this because back in the day, we would have been kings.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man, we would have been kings with the crap we were driving around.
Well, maybe this is true for other people. Maybe that's why the genre is so popular now. But when that whole Austin is one of the guys that with his '69 Super B, he's kind of really pushed that whole Mopar or ratty muscle car scene. And then you got Roadkill that's been really pushing that ratty muscle car scene, and then everybody just latched onto it.
And
yeah.
Ed with his Charger and
yeah, exactly. And Chris Albright, Junker Up.
I forgot his name too.
Yeah, Chris.
Chris, yeah.
Anyway, Junker Up. I'm sorry, Chris, if you're out there and you see this.
Chris Birdsong.
Birdsong, yes.
I saved this from the wrath of Birdsong. Okay.
Thank you. Those guys really carried the torch with all of that. And I think guys like myself and probably like you, coming from that era, the 90s, that was not a genre. That was everyday life. I mean, that was what we could afford. We bought a car.
That might be why it's so popular now, though. Because if you think about it, the guys before us, when those cars were new, those cars were priced to where they could own those nice, new, pretty Hemi cars and shit.
Yeah.
And they remember, okay, that's what I drove was real nice and not restored, but it was new.
Yeah.
Well, what we remember is their leftovers.
Yeah.
That were ratty, and we drove them, and that's what we're remembering, and that's a fun car to us.
Yeah. That's the Joe Dirt. The Joe Dirt car. I mean, that was just.
When I saw that movie, everybody making fun of that car. I'm like, what's wrong with that car? I love that car.
Yeah, exactly. That was just normal. That was just another Tuesday. Let's see. Mopar Nut is ripping on you, I think, a little bit. Hey, never say Nova. Nova in Spanish means doesn't go. That's true. Everett, I need to get me some drag race radios for my car. Anthony D, which is Ross. Great live. Got to do family stuff now. Go out, sunshine. Watch the rest later. Oh, so he's got the sun is up where he's at. Brian B Bodies rule. That's Mopar Nut taking a dig at you, I think, Brian.
Yes, they do. I was a B-body. That's what I had. Like I said, I've never owned one of these. This is my first one, but this is what I can afford right now.
What's up, Seaman Surfer? Mostly old part says 325, 50, 15 drag radials on my brother's 70 Roadrunner stock wheel wells. Yep. Yeah, you can get a fatty in those cars, It's a little tight, because I like my cars low. It gets a little tight. I don't think you can get a 325.
Well, in a 71, you could. In a 71, you could get it. You could get it to tuck that.
Yeah.
That 305, 50 something.
Yeah. Those subframe connectors will take more car fitting to car because of floor. Okay.
Yeah.
Control.
Yeah.
Okay. Brian stole that intake. That's Chris Albrook saying you stole it. Yes, he did. I saw that intake.
I think I need to join up with Chris's thing where you get the extra stuff. Has he announced what the car project is? I remember watching on yours. He was like, "Well, if you could guess the year and the motor."
Oh yeah. No, he hasn't announced it yet. I think
I know what it is because I think he's getting it from Scott, and I've seen some things in the backdrop of Scott's. Yeah, I think I know what it is.
I know.
And I think I'm going to be upset with him because I want that car.
Oh, Chris Albrecht, if you're out there, dude, you better seal the deal quick because
Yeah, you better do something with that car. You better do what you say you're going to do.
You know what's interesting? I don't know if did you catch how he wants to build the car? He wants to build the car a lot like
he wants to build it like me. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna call him out on this. I'm gonna call him out on this because he used my line because it's what I've said about this car from the very beginning.
Let's hear it.
This car, when I get it done, imagine going up to a kid and telling him, draw a race car. Yeah. That's what this car is going to look like.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think that's
that's what I want. And I honestly think that it's going to, like when I go to the No Name Nationals, I'm going to the No Name Nationals for like 3 reasons. One, because it's helping me get my car done and I want a drag race. That's the lowest reason.
Okay.
The highest reason is because I get to hang out with my buddies. Because like I met 3 or 4 guys at the Indy Swap meet.
Yeah.
Different YouTubers and stuff, and we had a blast.
Yeah.
And so everybody there, I'm sorry, Johnny. I understand you can't go, and I'm not digging on you because I understand your circumstances and everything.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Whoosh. But it's gonna be like Woodstock, you know?
Yeah. No, I think you're right, dude. I honestly, especially for all this YouTube, I mean, a bunch of us guys in this sort of YouTube circle, we've all been kind of, coming on scene at the same time.
Yeah, and it's we all kind of came in at the same time. There's a couple of them that were here a little longer than us, but and it's like, damn, now we're all going to get to meet, and Johnny's not going to be there. Shit.
I know, it's going to suck. But yeah, it's sort of like I don't know how to describe it, but it's just like we're all on a very similar level. I think a lot of our viewers are the same viewers. We've all kind of cross-promoted and cross-pollinated, and everybody.
I wouldn't say pollinated. I pollinated with you yet, Johnny.
Okay. But I think you're right. I think it's going to be like a Woodstock type event, and I think it's going to be pretty awesome. So
just for future reference, phrases like cross-pollinated that starts the weird hour. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to back up.
But yeah, and we're all going to be there. We're all going to hang out, and it's going to be a blast, I think. And then my middle reason is because I want to grow my channel.
Yeah.
And there is not going to be any other event on the planet where the spectators are going to be car people and people that watch YouTube. That's the only people who are going to show up to this. That is the only people that are going to show up to this.
Yeah, and I have a recommendation. If anybody going to that event as a YouTuber is going to go, like, number one, a lot of people there are going to have cameras on their cars. They're going to be walking around with their phones and video. Like, everybody's going to be filming. So your car is going to be in the background. Like when we went to Duct Tape Drags, there was a couple other YouTubers that I didn't know they were YouTubers. And it was kind of cool when people would tell me like, hey, I saw you in the background of these guys. And you go watch their video. And it's like, oh, yeah, there I am. There's the car. There's my car and stuff. It's cool. So make sure when you get some stickers made of your YouTube channel, make sure they're big enough. I mean, make sure they're at least like 3 inches tall or so, or a little larger. Put them on your car. Try to get it on the side, each side of the car. So when people see, like if you're in the background of a car, they see your YouTube channel, they from the video, they can look you up and find you. Because when I went to Verona, there was a guy in a Challenger there, and he had an Instagram account, right? Mm-hmm. And we had the Belvedere there, so it was slow and everything. But I raced him, and I was like, oh, cool. I videotaped it, so when I get home and I download that video and I post it, I'm gonna look up his channel. Maybe he took a video of my car, so I could see my car from his perspective, because I have a video of his car from my perspective.
Oh, there was so much video.
Huh?
There's
Oh
no
yeah, there's gonna be tons.
What's it gonna be about?
But this guy had a very small sticker, and I couldn't.
Oh, you couldn't read it?
I couldn't read it. You know, I should have looked it up while I was there, but I'm telling you, you want to make sure it's big enough that it shows up on other people's videos. So when you've got, 100 other or more YouTubers out there and your car's in the background, or you're talking to guys, or somebody's filming your car, everybody that's watching that guy's channel and sees your channel on there, they have the opportunity, if they like your car, it's like, oh man, I like that car. I like that guy. I'm going to go check him out. So make sure you guys put big enough stickers on there so your channel could get that visibility. Because this is like, this, if you miss it, you're gonna have to wait another year to do it again. So like,
yeah, you are, Johnny. You're gonna have to wait another year to do it again.
I know. All right, moving on.
Well, now hold on. The whole thing is, when I make this car look the way I want it to look, it's gonna stand out at that event.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be different than just about anything there. And
well,
that doesn't grow my channel. Nothing will.
It's like when we were kids, right? We had Hot Wheels. Like nobody wanted the little bone stock car. Everybody wanted the badass engine hanging out.
Yeah, the big engine hanging out.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's gonna stand out more than most. I think a lot of people are gonna bring some cars that stand out, but
yeah, in their own way,
yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be, like I said, it's gonna be a great event for everybody, spectators, and because if people, just because of this, how many I can't count how many channels that I'm watching now that I didn't before.
Yeah.
So you're gonna, but now you're going to get people showing up to this event, say, to meet some of the bigger people that are there, and they're going to see all these other YouTube channels, and they're going to be like, wow, I didn't even know this guy was out there. I didn't even know this guy was out there. And, they're going to want to see, okay, look, oh, that car's cool. Oh, he built that on YouTube. Okay, I can watch him build that car. I can always go back and watch him build that car.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. This is just.
I agree. I do not. I am
if
not.
I haven't said it enough, thank you, John Wilburn, for doing this.
He's in there, by the way.
I see him there.
Okay. Ken says, let's get a Johnny Mopar Thursday night Thunder visit to Irwindale together. All right. I've only been to Irwindale once to race, actually just the one time. I would have to take Friday off because it's a little bit of a drive for me, but I like the idea, Ken. Everett says, I live on the island of Maui, Hawaii. We don't get super deals here. We pay the full price on everything. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Everett.
I can imagine that.
He's got a bitchin' General Lee car, a 69 Charger.
Oh,
yeah, it's pretty badass. Paul Vergan, what's up? NSB Custom Cars. Freedom is our second favorite F word. That's a good way to say it. Let's see. John. Oh, Paul was helping us out. Chris Birdsong, yes. I'll see his ratty Super B and raise him a Roach Roadrunner. Oh yeah, John Wilburn's got a pretty ratty Roadrunner he picked up. Well, John's got a couple of cars. He's got that old drag car, Duster, right? Or it's a Dart Sport, I mean.
Dart Sport, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see that thing built. And I'm a fan of B-bodies and a fan of Roadrunners, so I'm excited to see him build see what he does with that Roadrunner as well.
Have you watched Poor Boy's Garage?
Oh yeah. I think
they're bringing that yellow Roadrunner out to.
It's badass.
Oh, I can't wait.
I love that thing, dude. Yeah, I just recently started watching him. I think Ruben was promoting him, and I was like, oh, I'll go check him out.
Well, he's got a big channel. Yeah,
he's freaking way up there.
I've talked to him. He's a cool guy too. He's genuinely. He wears them flat bill hats like you guys wear that I don't understand. But
you're supposed to wear them. No. I'm just kidding. Let's see. Wilburn says my 70 Swinger is an old, cheap, and used car I bought 29 years ago. Oh wow, I didn't know that. I don't think I've seen that car. Mopar. Hey, John, that's Mopar Action. Maddox, I have a ratty Ram Charger. Johnny knows this. I love ratty Mopars.
Oh, I want a Ram Charger.
Yeah, his Ram Charger. To me, it's not even that ratty. It's a nice truck. I love.
Actually,
Ram
what I
Charger.
want is a trail duster to match the name of my channel and everything, and use that as my tow vehicle.
Oh, dude. My buddy.
Plymouths are the superior Mopar. Anyway, so.
Not, but anyways. I keep seeing a yellow Superbird in Huntington Beach. John, do you know whose car that is? I do not. Everett says struggles real. Heavens, Mopars. We call ratty Mopars cool now because most of us can't afford to restore a Mopar anymore. That's true. And I think, Chris Birdsong is kind of like making the point too that, it's like, let's get these cars out there to forget about getting all hung up on making them look pretty and perfect and, spending tons of money and just taking years to rebuild it and then let it sit in the garage,
Well, you know what else about him though? Him doing that is actually kind of a big deal. Him saying that because that's how he makes his money is by people who want the cars. Because I mean, just some of the shit that he does. I swear to God, he went to school at Hogwarts. I know he did. He's a fucking wizard.
That's the irony of it, isn't it? This guy does all this metal work and makes these cars beautiful and pristine and
perfect again.
And then he drives.
He drives a ratty shit. If nobody in here has watched Chris Birdsong's videos, get prepared to see parts of a Charger that you were never meant to see.
Yeah, and if you don't know,
you didn't even know we're there. You're like that was there,
And if you, I'm sure everybody here knows who he is, but if you don't, he brought General Mayhem back to life with the current iteration of General Mayhem. So he's got some General Mayhem videos on his channel. So go check him out. It's Junker Up. Is it just Junker Up or is it Junker Up something?
You can type in Chris Birdsong and Junker Up will come up.
Yeah, you'll find him. He's pretty big, at least compared to us. Chris says, if you know, you know. I know what it is. Mopar Nut says 70s Street Freak. Everett. Chris Birdsong was building 69 Charger generally for Northeast Ohio Dukes. Yeah, I think I did see some of that too. John Wilburn, reason 4, he's got that clock to prove wrong. What's he talking about?
I said I had plenty of time. Did you see the clock that he gave me?
No.
I'll get it.
All right.
It's pretty amazing. It's like the Super Troll.
Maddox says, I'm digging. Johnny has to make it. Mopar Party 22. I don't know, Chris. I'd like to, but we'll see. Mostly old parts rust. Wayne Powell just picked up 68 notchback Barracuda. Oh, okay.
Okay, the first slice says lots of time. The next one says plenty of time. Keep calling people out. Next one says time to get busy. Then it says, man, this car needs more than I thought. Keep working on it and hope all the parts get here. But I'm reading it on my big screen.
Yeah, I can see it's getting red.
Problems and half the time it's gone. Bike up playing 205 radials. Then it says, okay, it doesn't have to be painted. Call Jed, ask if he has 205 radials. Can't believe how many parts this Duster's supposed to have. Call everyone, panic, find people to blame. Hey, maybe I could just, it says, hey, maybe I could park it on the show field and make car noises. And then it says lots of time for next year's No Name Nationals. John Wilburn bought this clock, took it apart, did that, and then put it all back into packaging. Because when I first got it, it's like, oh yeah, you can see the lots of time and stuff like that. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention. I'm like, oh, he just bought me a funny clock. But then I started reading, it's like, call Jed and ask. He actually made this clock for me.
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, it's cool. It's one of my prized possessions now.
That is a super cool clock. Wade says B5 340 pistol grip Hurst. I'm almost to the bottom here, and then I wanted to talk to you a little bit more about your project, if you're down for it.
Yeah, I'm down for anything.
Okay.
You know me, I'm here till 3, 4 in the morning. I don't care.
Okay. Everett says all you guys YouTube channel's awesome. Watch all you guys. Thank you. Let's see. Just okay. The words of Freiberger, don't get it right, just get it running. I mean, I think that's a great thing. Hope we're not. Nothing anyone of us continue to do with money and parts. It's not as hard as it looks to restore the car. It's money, time, and skill comes no matter what. Everett loves the clock. Cool clock. Mrs. Dust Devil Garage. Everett, that clock is one of a kind. I assume that's your wife, right?
Yeah.
Ron G. On his Instagram, Birdsong said he's going to be on an episode of Roadkill Garage. Okay, cool. Didn't know that.
Yeah, that's cool. I heard that. I heard that through the YouTube grapevine.
Brian, what do you think the car I'm buying off Scott? So Chris Ulrich is saying, Brian, what do you think of the car I'm buying off Scott? So don't give it away.
I don't know the actual car, but I have it's in my head what it is. I need to talk with you.
I think it's the car you think
exactly what it is.
I think it's that car. So what do you think of that car?
That's one I'm looking for. I'm looking for two types of car, and I'm not going to say either one on here, but they're both Plymouths, and yeah, they're both the same brand and the same make, just different years.
Chris, I think you should put a Hemi in it. Yeah. Blake has got Blake from DIY Hemi has got Chris all charged up with modern Hemis and old cars. So that's why Paulie told him to do that. So, okay, we got to the end there. I'm curious, you don't have to answer this, but walking into this build, what is your budget? Like, did you have a budget in mind where you said, this dollar amount should get me be able to finish this car the way I want to finish it for No Name Nationals? Or are you just kind of, shooting from the hips and just see where it goes?
As far as the budget went, I had a number in mind.
Okay.
When the No Name Nationals thing came up, so all the stuff that I had before was already, that money was already spent. I'm going to spend this much more money on the car.
Okay.
Now, and this is the way I think people should do it. You should have a budget in mind. Okay. Now, but make it a realistic budget to get the car to move. It's a race car. You got a budget to get it to go down the track.
Right.
Okay. But you find deals on stuff, like that tunnel ram and that linkage. That saved me probably $500. If I was good, I could pick up a used tunnel ram for $300, but then there's $100 for the linkage. I had one nitrous plate, but there's another $50 on another nitrous plate. Yeah. The fuel regulator that was on this thing. Look at that monster.
Wow.
That was on the front, and it's got a flange welded to the front to put this fuel regulator on it.
Oh, wow.
So now I've got two other fuel regulators. I'm going to sell those. But then you just kick that money forward, all the money that you save with other little things that happen, because you have to hunt deals down. You just have to. You have to know people. You have to go to swap meets.
Okay.
I'm going to non-Mopar swap meets, but there's other stuff, like MSD boxes and gauges and other shit that you need to buy.
Universal.
You can pick up anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's true.
But all that money that you save, you don't just say, okay, I'm not going to spend it on a car. You kick it forward. Say, okay, well, now I can put a set of heads on it. Now I can do this. Now I can do that. And that's kind of the way I'm going with it, with the whole budget thing.
I'm not going to pressure you on a number, and I know your wife's watching, so you can wink if it's actually
My
twice.
budget is actually a lot lower than what I think people
Okay.
think it should be. I'll tell you, my budget from when I had this car, when my YouTube channel started, my budget to get this car to go down the racetrack was $5,000.
Oh wow. All right.
And I'm kicking that money forward. Like I said, with the deals I'm finding, I'm kicking that money forward.
Okay. Yeah. Way cool.
So
Way cool.
I
Now,
mean, I could use the when I get a motor. See, now the motorhome 440 kind of threw a little bit of a
curveball. Yeah.
curveball in it, yeah. But I've still got that other motor that I put money into that's going to go in another project.
Yeah.
So that's not that big a deal. But it's like I could use the stock heads on. I could take them off and port them, and they're fine. But if I could save money certain places, I don't have that much money in this car.
Okay.
I want to say I've got in this car with everything that I've got maybe $3,500.
That's awesome.
Maybe $4,000 with the I had the cage for it. I have maybe $4,000 I've got in this car total. So I figure if I could get a race car going down the track and looking cool as shit.
Yeah.
For $9,000. I mean, come on. Anybody can do that a little bit at a time.
Yeah.
Anybody can do that a little bit at a time.
Yeah. So now we're at the end of September or beginning of October. Have you kind of gone through your list of things that you need to have done to the car and the amount of time you have left? Like, how's it looking? Is it going to be tight? Is it going to be you're going to be done in a month, and you're going to be testing here pretty soon?
I'm not going to be done in a month.
Yeah.
But it's going to go faster than what people think.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've heard
also you got to think, okay, you got like you work a 40-hour-a-week job, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
I work a 40-hour-a-week job, but I work 4/10. So I have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday every weekend.
Yeah.
And that may not seem like a lot, but if you saw in the background, we just moved, and I took our old couch is in here.
Oh yeah.
As soon as this weather breaks and I don't have to run a heater in this shop, the first time I do it, I'm going to kick on a live when I come in here Friday afternoon after I wake up, because I wake up at the crack of noon. I'm going to kick a live on, and I'm not going to shut that live off until Sunday afternoon or Sunday evening when I leave.
Nice. Just go all the time.
And that's what it's going to be. I'm going to sleep in the garage to get this car done if I have to. And I've got friends that are going to help me, because like I can't weld. All this I'm getting better, but I can't weld good enough to put a cage in. I don't trust my welding. I've got friends that have done it before.
Okay.
My friend guarantees me that he can come over here, and in a weekend, if we got the right tools, and then you got to plan everything.
Sure. Yeah. John Wilburn says 202 days left. So if anybody's also building for the No Name Nationals, that's the clock is ticking.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, cool. Yeah, I know. So I heard you make a few comments in some of your videos or some of the lives about, like, it sounds like you got a lot of doubters, and I hope I didn't come across like as one of the doubters.
No.
I just know I know from the standpoint of, like, now that I'm at the end of my Duster build, it's like, fuck, I know all the shit that goes into the car, and it's a lot. It's a ton of stuff.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. But the thing is, like with your Charger build, I thought about that. I'm like, wow, he worked a long time on that Charger.
Yeah.
But that Charger's not a race car.
No.
There's a lot less. If I was building this as like a street car or something like your Charger, there's no way I'd get it done, because there's so much more of everything you got to have in there that I don't have to worry about.
Yeah. I think if anything, that's a good example of, I had hoped to have the car running for the duct tape drags, and I didn't make it, and I could see the writing on the wall towards the end, and a big factor was burnout, man. I was on that car so much, and I just got burnout. And then, so where the car is now, and honestly, I haven't touched it since the duct tape drags. But I need to do all the electrical on the car, radiator, carburetor, and then pretty much it's pretty close to being done at that point. So it's really close. I do need to get back on it, but I am juggling a lot of stuff right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I dumped a lot of money into that car, and it's one of those things you don't, if I were going to sit here and talk to you, I'd, think about, because like I got the motor for a really good deal from my buddy for like $2,500, and it was in a Duster, a running driving car. Like I went for a ride with him in that motor, so it's like I don't have any fear of anything not working properly or anything like that. You can't build a 440. I don't think you could build a 440 for that kind of money. Maybe you can, but
not with going to a machine shop.
Yeah, and then the time it takes. I'm buying an engine that's ready to go. I don't have to have it built and all that stuff.
That's part of the reason I'm going with a motorhome 440. I've got that engine run stand. I plan on bringing whatever motor I have in and getting it running as I bought it on that run stand and running it, and then adding my shit to it.
So somebody had recommended.
Oh, you froze up. Am I losing the internet again? Shit. Hello, somebody say something in chat. Okay, that might be Johnny freezing up and not me. Is that Johnny freezing up and not me, guys?
All right, back.
Okay, did you freeze up?
Yeah, that was on my end that time.
Oh, okay. I'm all worried. I'm sitting here.
Sort of stock Mopars, but somebody was saying, oh, it was my buddy Dennis. He was saying you should put ARP rod bolts. I mean, the rod bolts on big blocks are kind of the weak link. Probably worth investing in those for your motor, especially if you're going to be squeezing. You're probably already.
The thing is, okay, here's the thing. I don't care that motor. I don't care if it, because I'm going to put planning on putting a set of heads on it and the intake and the cam and stuff. I really don't care if the damn thing lets go or not, because before I bring it out again, I'm planning on actually building a stroker motor. But here's the thing that people say, yeah, okay, throw a set of rod bolts in it. Well, if you throw a set of rod bolts in it, to do it correctly, you have to have the rods resized. That means time at the machine shop. That means, and it's a slippery slope, because you're like, okay, the rods are at the machine shop. Why don't I just send the crank in to get it polished? Why don't I just put new bearings in it? While everything's apart, I could just get this thing bored. I'd get a set of pistons. Don't have to worry about
No, I know.
And it snowballs like that. When you're doing something like what I'm doing, you really got to keep it on a no. This is okay. Get an end idea and try not to change it too much.
Yeah. I don't think you would have to resize the rods for rod bolts, but
that's what I've always been told, to do it right and have it right.
Yeah. Let's get all this experience from all these guys out here. What are their thoughts? Can you put rod bolts into your engine without having to resize the rods, or should you resize the rods? Is just changing the rod bolts an upgrade worth doing, even though it's not, say, right? It's worth doing over stock rod bolts. I'm kind of curious, because I think we're gonna do that on our motor, because we want to put the bottle on our motor. And I completely agree with what you're saying, because I don't want to. We're on a really tight budget, so we spend a lot of money, and the money we spend, we got to make it count. So I think we're gonna put a set of rod bolts in it, and if it's not the right thing to do, we're gonna do it anyways. And I think it'll be better than having stock rod bolts in it. But to be honest with you, that motor had been gone through in our case, and it might already have ARP rod bolts. I just can't remember. So I'm going to have to pull the pan back off of it and have a look. And if it's already got ARPs in it, then I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to leave.
Well, that's the thing. This motor, I'm going to pull the pan off of it because if it does, then people are saying in the chat, the motor I'm looking at is a 72 or a 73 motorhome motor. So there is a good chance it's going to have 6-pack rods in it.
Yeah, I just saw MoParNet say that too.
So if I look inside there, the thing and a lot of those they had windage trays in them already.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that's just money that I'm not going to have to spend because.
So we got most everybody saying you got to resize the rods with new bolts. Burnt Finger Garage said never had rod bolt problem on a Mopar. This time, Johnny. Okay. Yeah.
I would just leave it and send it. If you're on a budget, I would, because here's the thing, Johnny. You also are you on a time schedule with yours?
Yeah, it's going to be a 3-month build. We start in April.
Have you tried ordering rod bolts yet?
I have not.
You found any place that has them in stock?
I haven't looked.
Yeah, that was part of my thing on the pistons too. Yeah, I could find pistons. One, they were expensive. Two, they were 6 to 8 weeks out.
Oh shit! Yeah,
on just getting a set of pistons. ARP is the same way.
I'm curious. I mean, there's a Mopar speed shop, Bob Mazzolini's out here in Riverside, California. I mean, when we were younger in the 90s, we would go out there like it was religious, It was so awesome. He has so much cool stuff there. But I'm curious what he's got in stock. He might have stuff like that in stock already. So if I get, nowadays everybody just orders stuff online.
Well, then what are you going to spray it with? See, I only plan on spraying 150 shot.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about doing the same. We actually put a limit on it because we don't want to get to the point where it's like, okay, we'll just, throw tons of nitrous kit on it just to be able to win the race. It's like put a little bit of a cap on there. I mean, it's a little more loose if you wanted to go turbo or some sort of other power adder, but with the $3,000 budget that we've got, like there's no
I would worry more about, and that motor has been run, right? It's not like a fresh motor. It's got miles on it, right?
It's got some miles on it. The cam went flat on it. That's why whoever owned it, probably kicked it to the curb at that point. So yeah, it's been ran.
Because that's the thing. The big thing, the biggest thing with nitrous, especially with cast pistons, is whenever if it gets too hot and the ring gap, if they butt, then they do this and that pops the top of a piston off.
Oh,
that's where you that's where you get most of your failures with nitrous.
Oh, okay.
But if the motor's been run, especially if it's got quite a few miles on it, it's got wear and that ring gap's already in there. That's why these guys with these LS motors are pulling them out at 100,000 miles and able to put all that boost to them. That's why they can do that. Because that ring gap, everything's already wore in on that engine. So you can't do that. You couldn't do that with a fresh engine.
Okay. Interesting.
And yeah, Mopar nut. The one I'm looking at has the thin balancer, so it's the forged crank.
Nice.
The one I hope I get. But I've got another one that's a cast crank, but I don't care. I'll run a cast crank motor too.
Yeah, my Roadrunner, the one I was telling you had about 390 horse, that was a cast crank engine and it didn't care. It ran great. So you said you were running I tried to come up with some notes to ask you.
Okay.
Your rear end, we know it's a B body, 8 3/4. We talked about the motor. What about your transmission? What are you doing for transmission? 727 or?
Yep, I have the 727 that came out of that motorhome. And everything that I've heard, and I've gone into a few 727s, I've got parts laying everywhere. The motorhome ones had the best internals in them.
Yeah.
So, and that's probably one thing I haven't talked to him 100% about it yet, but the person who got me into all of this is my dad. He was never into the hot rodding.
Okay.
And I attribute that to him he was a mechanic. He's been a mechanic. It's always ever been as a mechanic.
Okay.
And I did it for a little while, but I'm a machinist. And if you're a mechanic, you don't want to come home and work on your own shit.
Yeah.
Because you've been working on everybody else's shit.
Dude.
So he never really got into that, you know. If you're buying a car, if you're buying a used car and you think that a mechanic owned it and that's a good thing,
That's bad.
That's bad because mechanics are the worst. They'll just turn the radio up.
It's just like body guys, right?
Yep.
The body shop. The body guys have the shittiest looking piece of crap car they drive every day. You know, they'll do this beautiful work painting somebody else's car. But you're completely right, and I can speak to that as well because my dad was also a mechanic, and in his youth he did hot rodding. But you know, while I was growing up, most is the same problem. You work on a car all day, every day. You come home from work, the last thing you want to do is work on a car. So you know.
But he's been in. So the problem with my transmission is the tail shaft is different.
Yeah.
Well, yes. I've got 2 or 3 different ones sitting over here.
Okay.
The right ones.
Okay.
The thing is, you have to take the whole transmission apart to change the tail shaft.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a chair right in front of that bench right there. I'm going to clean that bench off. I'm going to put the transmission up on the bench. Put a bunch of tools in front of him. And give him the tail shaft and the housing and say, fix it.
Yeah.
But, you know, and let him do what he does because he knows more about that shit than probably I'll ever learn because I'm too old now.
Right, right.
But I'm looking at getting what is that? What is that shift kit? There's the one that you could go full manual with.
Cheetah?
No, it's an actual shift kit where you can make you make your. It's like the stage 3. Somebody's going to say it.
Okay.
But yeah, it's like a couple $100, and I'm gonna do that and do some little tricks that I've seen on here and other things. And I'm not going full bore because the thing is, the motorhome that transmission came out of. I drove that to my house. That was the least problem with that motorhome was the transmission. It was great. So I figured if they could pull that motorhome, it's still good enough to run a race car down the track.
Oh yeah, for sure. Cool. Way cool, man. Well, let's see. We've been going at this for 2 hours. I think I got all the questions in. If you want, we can. I'll throw the link in the comment section. Anybody wants to join us?
Anybody wants to subscribe to my channel? I still need to get my 500 subs for this whole.
Do you really?
Thing. Yeah.
I thought you were already there.
Nope. I am at 444 right now.
All right, cool. Yeah. So if you guys don't mind, please go over to Dust Devil Garage. Check him out. Check out his duster build. Bryan is probably known more for his lives than his videos, I think.
Yeah. I started doing this, and it was like the first one, I was all nervous and shit. Were you on my first one? I don't know if you were on my first one or not.
I'm not sure if I was on the first, but I was on some pretty early ones. Yeah. We kind of talked about
one of the OGs.
Yeah. We talked about, you were kind of giving other people advice if they, if they thought about doing this, to go for it. Here comes, we're going to put 2 Hacks Garage on there. And that
this guy, do you
What's
know
up, Bryan?
This guy right here.
I
got a channel. How long did it take? How long was how long have you had a YouTube channel?
Less than 2 months.
He's already up past 500. This dude is a natural.
Here's
okay. If you watch his videos, you would think he's been doing YouTube forever.
Hey man, some of these guys are naturals.
Thanks, Bryan.
Oh, he is. Yeah, I met him in person.
Yeah, I met Bryan at Indy, and he got a steal on that intake.
Nice. What's going on, Chris? Oh, we got John Wilbur jumping in too. Wow, we're gonna get a full screen here.
Let's get Bryan his subs tonight.
All right, yeah, let's go for it.
Let's do it. What do you need, Bryan? You're close.
So who's this person down the bottom? I don't know. Introduce him, Johnny. He seems to be a friend of yours.
Oh, Chris Maddox. He is one of the our crew, our Motley crew. So we've got Chris and Matt are from Matt from Monroe podcast, and then the other guys are DIY Hemi guys. We got Blake and Mike, and then of course all you guys probably know Chris Albrecht from Talking Mopars.
Yeah, he should jump in here. He got to wait for his wife to go to sleep.
I don't know.
I mean, that leash is like that long. His wife keeps him. I mean,
Hey, speaking of Brian subs, here's the leaderboard right here.
Ooh. Mike's
There it is.
Mischief, Travis's Mopar Garage, Bear Rose, Dust Devil, Mopar Man, 1978 Torque Racing
oh,
Productions.
I passed up MM78. Nice.
Ooh, look, Bubba Ayers. Yeah. Look at that. You guys are all going to be there in a week.
Yeah, you guys are
That's the
doing good.
list.
All right.
Two Hacks is not on the list anymore. He graduated from the list.
Yeah, I shot up like 570 now or 565, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, dude, you're a natural at this. You're gonna have your channel is gonna be huge.
I'm just going to say this. I have a feeling it's going to get much bigger next weekend.
Oh,
Cool.
what do you got? What's coming up?
A much larger channel than mine invited me out to Kansas City.
Oh, okay.
So for World of Wheels, and gonna go out there and hang out for a little while.
Dust
know
Devil
one
needs
person in
56.
Kansas City.
Dust Devil's gonna get it.
I only know one person in Kansas City, and he didn't say anything to me about this.
It's not a Mopar guy.
It's not a Mopar guy. Okay, so I
It's-
don't know. All right.
No,
Who's in Kansas City though?
he's not from Kansas City. I think John knows.
Oh, he's not from Kansas City.
No.
Not a Mopar guy.
Mm-mm.
Hmm.
It'll be fun. Something off the whim. I got stuff at the machine shop. The other guys in the shop, they're going to be traveling for motorcycle races. So I was like, screw it. I'll drive from middle of Illinois over there.
Sweet.
Yep.
So, Chris, you were talking about your Ram Charger. You think it's pretty ratty, huh?
Yeah, it's way rattier than it looks in the pictures. My wife would certainly agree with that. It sounded like a monster truck when I first got it because I had to cut the cats off just to keep it running. It was pretty horrible. It's got exhaust on it now. It needs carpet. You know, it's all right. It's a fun beater that I drive right now, not at all, but whenever gas is a little cheaper, once a week or so, twice if I can, if I can make it work. But it's a lot of fun. But man, I can't even go wide open throttle with it right now because I've got some kind of spark issue where I lose spark whenever I go wide open. So it's pretty ratty. I mean, it's kind of roadkill. It wouldn't pull itself on the trailer when I bought it. And I put like $300 in it and kind of made it almost a daily driver. So it's just, little stuff here and there, work on it on the weekend kind of thing. It's pretty ratty though. It's awesome. I love it.
What year is it?
87.
Cool.
Right
Yeah.
on.
4-wheel drive, 360 truck.
Is it the one with the back windows curve up?
Yeah, the big window. I love the big windows.
those are so
I like
cool.
the removable top, but the big windows is where it's at.
Yeah, I had a friend that had a 2-wheel drive one in high school. It was like that blue and silver two-tone 80s style, and it was so clean. I love that thing.
Yeah, I've wanted
Well,
one since I was 11. My dad had one, and it was a 85. It was the black and silver Prospector deal, and he sold it like a year later, and I hated him for it forever until I finally got my own. So,
Well, how often do you actually take the top off? I mean, I guess you guys out in California, you could leave it off for a couple of days, but
Yeah.
I'm in Arkansas. I'd never take it off.
those things are heavy.
They are. They're metal. The old school ones, the tin grill versions, they're metal. They are tanks. You almost need a gantry just to pull them off, if you want to go rolling around with the top off, or you got to have a lot of over.
Okay, speaking of that, am I the only one? Do you guys have Harbor Freight out there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When you go into Harbor Freight and you're just walking around and you see that big gantry for $700, do you ever just be like, God, I got to figure out a reason that I need that because that's just the coolest thing?
I actually bought one. I didn't buy it from Harbor Freight. A friend of mine, he worked at this company he worked at. They were getting rid of a bunch of shit. So I bought a cherry picker and I bought the gantry crane from him. And I was like, yeah, cool. I'm going to use this thing all the time. I had it I don't know. I mean, I did use it a couple of times because it was there, but a couple of times out of like 10 years, when we moved to this house, I finally said, I don't know why I have this damn thing. It just takes up space. I don't really need it. You know, it doesn't have the use. And honestly, the one thing I thought it would be useful for is I thought I need to get an early RAM charger with the removable top so I can use the camera screen.
Well, that was the whole thing. Is that's part of the reason if she's still in here, she probably went to bed. But
hopefully,
I'm
right?
building her truck, and I'm like, I need something to be able to take the bed off of it with. Oh, I get to go buy my gantry crane now.
Man. So Wilburn, how's things going for No Name Nationals?
Going great. Going
Cool.
great. Got a bunch of people registered. Kind of the phase where we're meeting with a lot of people, prospective sponsors, and stuff like that.
Okay.
It's good. Everything's going great.
That's awesome. Dude, that's
Yeah, Alice and I are going to be running recon out there hopefully next month and do things like lay out the burnout pit, lay out the pits. We're looking at a billboard out there, some stuff like that.
So for the burnout box, are you guys going to get some barriers or barricades for safety and all that kind of stuff?
Right.
Okay.
Yep. We're planning on getting jersey barriers and some lights, some portable lights, so we can do burnouts at night.
What's a jersey barrier?
That's those concrete things you set off a truck.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, like a concrete guardrail, but it's portable.
Yeah. Are you going to is the burnout box just going to be big enough to do a burnout, or is it going to be a huge area where people can do donuts?
I'm going to make it as big as we reasonably can.
Nice.
So that we're going to have room for people to hopefully completely get sideways and crossed up and shred quarter panels off and melt wheels and throw rods out the oil pan.
All right. Now
that's perfect.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome.
We want the only thing limiting someone's burnout. We want them to be the size of the stones. That's it. Okay? not the size of the track or
Yeah.
That's perfect, John.
Dude, you gotta
Friday. See, I caught a little bit of grief for that because being a Friday, people who want to race on Saturday, if they blow their stuff up, guess what? They got to work all night, borrow parts from the friends. There'd be guys who knows, maybe pulling transmissions out and working through the night, fixing stuff, and that's part of the fun.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you go next year, I mean, maybe you could do a Sunday, and then everybody can race Saturday, and then blow their shit up on Sunday.
Well, let's see what happens this year to see if there's a next year.
Yeah, well,
I'm pretty sure at this point. Your little race just to meet your friends kind of blew up.
Hey, we got to throw into this one. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
He's definitely throwing in. There's a whole bunch of other people too.
Yeah.
It's
gonna be huge. Even though I'm not going, I look forward to seeing all the videos out there from the event, and I can't wait to see. Especially because I watch a lot of my buddies' channels and stuff. It's going to be pretty interesting to see all these videos from different perspectives, different personalities.
It's going to be the same action, just different views and different viewpoints. That's going to be the awesome part.
It'll be different action because you'll have action going on the track. You'll have action going on in the pits. Yep. You'll have different action going on in the pits. You'll have action with spectators. So there's all kinds of hijinks going on in all different places.
Yeah.
So you can have 5 cameras at the same time covering 5 different things.
Yeah.
I will not be participating in any shenanigans whatsoever. So
you're the one. You're always a bullet point on every meeting we have, Brian. What are you talking about?
What if Brian shows up? What are we going to do then? We better put barricades up around him because
when I hang the big sign that says it is now the weird hour.
Yeah, exactly. Just go through.
John Wilburn coined that phrase, but I've taken it to a whole nother level.
His whole life is the weird hour. Everybody else might have a weird hour that happens. His life starts.
No, my whole life I've had 3 18-wheel run on my lives and him not leave. So for 2 hours.
It's kind of like an analog wave sign. It goes normal, weird, it peaks, it goes down in a bell curve,
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, last live I did, I had like 15 or 19 viewers for like an hour, and I was like, wow, I'm not doing as good on this one. And then as soon as the weird hour hit, it jumped up to like 25. I'm like, people want to see the weird hour.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get stickers made now that say I'm only here for the weird hour.
I don't know that I would let 7 people in the known universe determine that, but that's okay. It works for you.
Hey, I don't get numbers like you, John.
You know what? I could find 7 people that would think it's a good idea to stick their finger in the garbage disposal if I looked hard enough. I mean, I wouldn't call them a focus group, but it works.
Yeah.
No,
Those
they're
are the
my
guys.
focus group.
It just depends whose fingers you're sticking in there.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, if they're on your left hand. I mean, really, how often do you use your left hand?
Every day because I'm left-handed.
Yeah, I could have just gone really weird, and I didn't because this isn't my life.
No, it works. I mean, you've got a good following. I mean, I remember when you were getting like 5.
5, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And now you're getting like 25. So it's working good.
I remember.
Yeah, it is.
I remember tuning into Brian's shit and going, "What the hell is this crap?"
Right, seriously. I remember when he would have like 3-4 people in there.
Yeah.
Right? And that was not even a year ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was
Now
just
you're 40,
just
you got a
talking.
good audience.
I remember when we had more people on the screen than in the chat.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, because we were all just talking, and
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because I mean, if you think about it, it feels like we've been doing this shit for years. You know, like when I
yeah,
go
my
up
son
Brian,
was probably just now a year old.
yeah, it doesn't feel that. It feels like we've been doing it for the last 20 years or so. You know, it just keeps going. I know when one of Ruben's lives, I remember going, "All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm tired." I checked out, went to bed. The next day, I wake up and I'm pulling up my phone, and you guys were still freaking on. And I'm like, "What in the hell?
Yeah.
You guys are nuts." What's up, Chris? How's it going, Mr. Albrecht?
I'm here for the weird hour. I heard that.
That's
I heard that
Brian's
was starting.
channel. That's
Okay.
Brian's channel, not mine. But Brian's
about
probably gonna get weird soon.
Sorry about the leash comment. It was
Oh yeah, did you hear all the smack Brian was talking about?
could have
You?
been worse.
I was having a good laugh about it because actually she went to bed early tonight. I've just been working on my YouTube because I have nowhere near 500 subscribers and it's starting to hit my ego a little bit.
Yeah, but how many of us could say we've got 50-something thousand people following us on Facebook?
That means nothing. Trust me, that means
No,
nothing.
it doesn't mean nothing.
Chris,
You
I
know,
would like to have you on one of my lives sometime as we approach the No Name Nationals.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that'd be good.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm really excited about the No Name Nationals, and I don't know what we got to do to get Johnny there. Do I need to call your boss or something, Johnny? What's going on?
Kidnap him.
I think you should at least just show up, Johnny. I mean,
I offered to pay his way. I'll fly down to California. We can take the same flight out.
For a car.
It's 202 days. If we can build a car in 202 days, you can take an excuse.
I want to point something out. It is 11:56 Eastern time, and Andy Wood is still awake and in the chat.
That's
What?
good.
How awesome is that?
Hey, what's going on, Andy?
I saw Andy.
Every day.
Andy dropped a new video I saw. It's about something about machine shop stuff, so that'll be definitely a good one.
Oh. Sorry about the comment I made in Wilburn's live, Andy. I didn't really mean it.
Oh,
About him getting beat by a taxi.
oh,
You know what? I know interesting things on both sides of that. So let's see how that one shakes out. That's a race you don't want to miss.
Power to
No,
weight.
because the whole thing is you've got straight laced Andy Wood and David Vizard building a super awesome truck motor and everything, and then you've got the street racer from the 70s pulling he's going to pull every trick that he knows and has learned since the mid 70s and put it into that 318 and not give a shit if it blows up.
Tony's got as much on the line in the bet, the side bet for $4,000. He's got that much in the car, and he's got that much in the valve.
Man, you guys are some ballers. Those are some big bets.
$4,000 is what they got on that race.
They got four. Yeah, they got $4,000. Did you see the video where Tony pulled the wad out of his back?
Yeah, that was a nice chunk of money. That was way more than $4,000.
Yeah, that's what I like about it. That is the reason I like Tony. He is just
$6.06 a foot to run on that track. That's what they're paying. Somebody's paying.
Somebody's paying that. Yep, that's going to be a nice one. I got to say, though, Casper's pretty impressive. That motor, that is the cat's ass for sure.
It's
Absolutely.
legit. It's legit. He should make a little over 600 pound-feet of torque with that thing.
Yeah, slightly.
I mean, that's crazy.
Well, that see now, and this is the weird thing that when I was out at Indy, it's an all Mopar swap meet, and Jeff shows up, and I'm like, you're a Ford guy, you're building a Ford for this race. What are you even doing here?
Then I had to explain. Then I had to explain that I'm actually a Mopar guy. It was just what was available at the time. Hey, I did post firing up my dad's car today. That 6-pack Dart. So
cool.
Yeah, that sounded really nice.
Yeah, it's all old school parts, Patrick. Nothing crazy. But I got a couple Mopars coming from the fall. 70 Dart Swinger and D150 82. That's just going to be a total sleeper. So.
Oh, nice.
Oh! You had said something about your past and what the people you used to hang out with and stuff.
Yeah.
Have you seen Chris's truck?
Is it the one with the Grant Spalding on the side?
Yes.
Yes. I was wondering whose truck that was. Yeah.
Yeah. The green and white one. I love that truck. That is so awesome.
That is pretty awesome.
Highest bidder. We'll take trades too.
We'll take trades. Well, what Chris was referring, or what Bryan was referring to for 10 years, that's who I traveled with doing car shows with and worked with for a long time. So
yeah, Chris, awesome. That might be somebody you want to set up for.
Yeah. If you're ever in need of the Mopar parts, I know where there's a dealership full of stuff in Rockford, just full of A body, B body stuff. So
what?
A body and B body stuff. He was at the show. He was a guy in a yellow shirt, long hair, kind of looks like a relative of Uncle Tony in a way.
Oh, okay.
So
sadly, I know who that is.
Yes, you do, don't you, Rhino?
Absolutely.
Yep.
You travel long enough, you'll find them.
I traveled with him in that toter home, hauling everything for years, probably 2001 to about 2010, 11, 12, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I bet you got some stories.
Oh yeah.
I tried to get Mr. Norm on my show, but he was in his later years, and we had a couple small conversations, but I could never make it happen. He was such a busy guy, and I probably wouldn't have wanted to come on my show either at that time. So, but I have been talking to his son. I have been talking to Norm Jr. So.
See, in the winter, in the winter time, he was down in Mexico. He had a condo down there. So basically,
I think I was hitting him up in the winter time too.
Yeah,
so
he was down there all the time, or he was out. His old friend, he guy lives out in San Diego, so he spent a lot of time out there too as he got older. But he lived in Highland Park, actually, like right off of Lake Cook Road. And I mean, if he wasn't at a show, he was on the phone talking to a lot of different people all the time. So
I made a mistake. One of the first times I reached out to him, we were talking about the coming on the show or whatever, and then when he told me he was too busy, I was like, I have one question that I'd like to ask you. Hopefully you can answer it. And I regret it to this day. I asked him if he could go back in time. If instead of the 383, if he would have just stuffed a 426 Hemi in the Dart instead. And he didn't take well to that question. He said, we won't get into it. I mean, he wasn't mean about it or anything, but he basically was like, what are you, an idiot? Like, no, the 383 was perfect for that car.
You know, the funny story about the Hemi Darts, a very large portion of those actually went to his dealership before they got sent out to racers. And he had many lots around Chicago, but there's a building across the street that ended up being his furniture store, and he also had a motorcycle store. He sold Kawasaki motorcycles in the mid to late 70s, and he had a bunch of those cars in there. And that weekend when that happened, a huge fire broke out, and they thought it was arson.
Oh no!
None of the cars got damaged. They were on the other side, but
wow.
Yeah, it was. And I don't know if you guys know, but you know, he had a dealership in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. Pretty much as soon as it took off, it was when they were going out. So,
was it what dealership was it? Was it it wasn't another Dodge dealership, was it?
it was a Dodge dealer. Yeah, it was when the
really?
passenger car and fleet sale stuff was big. It's actually, I believe, like a Toyota Scion style dealership now in Buffalo Grove.
So did he just outgrow Grant Spalding or what? Because I know that during
He outgrew
fan
Grant
era-
Spalding. Yeah,
Okay.
he really outgrew Grant Spalding. The neighborhood was going to hell. See
Yeah.
that. So you know in the iconic picture of that
Mhm.
dealership, and there's like that side garage door. So
Yeah.
that was actually the location of his dad's gas station, and then they built
okay.
around it, and
I
then
see.
around the back is where they started building that building.
This right here really needs to be a Talking Mopars podcast episode. This right here, YouTube.
Yeah.
I have an open door policy.
Yeah, you guys need to. Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
Yeah,
up,
cool
Tom?
stuff.
I'm not saying that because I don't want to hear the conversation right here. I'm just saying that YouTube, it would make it awesome. It would make an awesome podcast episode.
Yeah.
I'll be in
See,
touch. I'll be in touch.
Yeah. His dad was the actual owner of that place.
Yeah. Original
And
when it was the gas station. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep, and then his dad pretty much was the head honcho of Grant Spalding, and him and his brother Lenny ran it. So if you ever look at the later, like 71 Challenger funny car, the Romeo Palomides chassis car, it actually says Lenny's baby on the bottom of it,
Oh, no shit.
and the Charger said Norm's on it.
Let me ask you this. Was it 76 or 77 that he sold his share of the dealership?
It was in 77 when he sold his share. So that was that, and then Lenny took everything over. In fact,
Okay, so it was
the
Lenny.
last
Okay.
yeah. So the building is still there. It's like a sheet metal fabrication shop.
Yeah.
The building across the street that he bought that became an extension of it, that actually burnt down a few years ago. In fact, you could still see on some of the signs where it said Kawasaki from his dealership. And they had a huge like what we consider like a parking garage where they would take cars in and out, and that burnt down. So his brother Lenny had it still up until a few years ago. It was like Chicago's largest flea market.
Oh wow.
Oh,
And then it burnt down. But if you ever want to, I spent years collecting photos of a lot of stuff. If you go on Instagram, just look up GSS 340. His name's Eric, and he'd
Okay.
be a good guy because I ended up finding pretty much every photo imaginable, and he's got them
Awesome.
all now. Yeah.
So Jeff, which building had that Max Wedge that popped up at the Muscle Car and Corvette Nationals in Chicago?
Which building had it?
Yeah, because it was part of the building I think burned and then fell in on it.
That would have been probably the one across the street. Because I know well, let me think here. That had to have been the one across the street because I don't think there was ever a fire, according to Norm, in the main building.
Yeah, I don't. They acted like it wasn't the main building. They acted like it was somewhere else. I figured it was the one you were talking about.
Yeah, because he had multiple like rental lots and stuff like that. And it was funny because what he would do is he would tell me that they would just move cars from lot to dealership to lot back and forth and rotate stuff through because it's not that area isn't that big at all.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome getting that little behind the scene history,
Yeah. Yeah, but I got to meet a lot of really good people. Like I got to know Arnie Beswick pretty well because I'm only a few hours away from Cordova, and that's like his home track. And just talking to those guys behind the scenes, they were, in their late 70s, early 80s, and they were still just, talking shit to each other. It was so funny.
What's sad is like, God, all that rich history, and like we didn't have, like personal cameras on our personal phones or cell phones was not the norm.
Yeah.
Like so much that's just like lost, and like stories like this. I mean, it's like you hope somehow we can capture it so that it's like archived somewhere for the future,
Here's a good story. So his original racer before the 65 AFX car he had, it wasn't Gary Dyer. It was actually Austin Coyle, Pat Minnick, and John Furconis that became the Chi-Town Hustler, and then Austin Coyle became the big name behind John Force. That was in like '64. They had the Super Stocker, which it was that red car, and there was they called it the Hustler 1, and then there was a sedan that was the Hustler 2. And then they wanted to do more of the NHRA style stuff. Norm wanted to do the match racing because that's where the money was at. So he bought the Color Me Gone Roger Lindemood factory altered wheelbase car, and put his motor in it and started running nitro. He ran nitro because of a race in Cordova against Arnie Beswick. So that's where that started happening. He set the world on fire at Lions with an 863, and that really picked up steam. So he had Gary Dyer running that, and he had a real young guy that was in the shop. I think his name was Rich Moudry, and he was a pretty wild kid, it sounded like. So they were going to get a second car. So they bought Butch Leal's California Flash, and it was a Plymouth, and they were going to redo the front for a Dodge, paint it up a different color, the same scheme, run an East Coast and West Coast car. That car got in before it even pretty much made it to the dealership / racing and ready to go. It got wrecked in a street race by that kid.
Oh shit.
So yeah. So out of all those factory lightweight cars, the one that's really unaccounted for that was known was Norm's AFX car and then Butch Leal's car. But I do have a picture of that car sitting in the dealership when the 68 Mini Charger came out, and it's sitting right behind it. And that car was supposed to be out of the stable by then, but it was still sitting in there.
Wow.
I have a good lead on where it's at, but
nice. So,
it would be very hard to substantiate it just because of the name that's most likely got it.
And is this guy just doesn't want people to know he's got it, or what?
I would have a feeling that's the reason why.
Oh, okay.
And there's another kind of unknown car that there's only like one or two pictures. It's a silver GSS 440 Dart 68, and it's racing and it's lettered up Grand Spalding, and it's racing at US 30. And out of the 440 Darts for 68 that they converted at Hearst Campbell, there was two silver ones. One of them's known and one of them's not. So that's another car that's being tried to track down because they were trying to do the almost like, what would that be considered at that time? It might have been like C stock or something like that. But
okay. Wow, man.
Well, guys, I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. I drove cousin Eddie's van down here to Georgia, 400 miles. Ran beautifully. Doing some video on it tomorrow, and you guys will get to see the whole video come up soon. So
okay,
nice.
Is that going to be the mobile broadcast for the No Name Nationals?
What's that?
Is that going to be the mobile broadcast station for the No Name Nationals?
If I'm homeless at some point, yes.
Yeah.
And I'll pull up next to the storm drain and yeah, the whole bit.
Yep.
And speaking of that, here's your little preview. There's the Christmas card photo. You guys get to see it early.
Oh boy.
Nice.
John's shitter's full.
Wow.
All right. Y'all
But,
have a good evening.
All right, John. Thanks for popping in.
See you
I
later.
did that, Chris. I did that for a long time. And like my daughter was born in 2005, and my son was born in 2008. So as they were getting older, I needed to be home more. Plus, I have a career. I mean, it was, luckily, like my boss at the time was really cool. So I would work basically Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, like 13-hour days or whatever. And I would,
Sure.
usually drive or fly somewhere. I'd usually either drive with Rhino, Patrick, somewhere in the toter home, or I'd fly with Norm somewhere. And we would do our thing, and the kids just got older and needed to be home more. So it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, man, I'm super jealous. That would have been a blast. Crazy.
It was an absolute blast.
Yeah. We'll have to dig deep into that and your history with everything you do, man. That'd be a lot of fun. So we'll be in touch.
And it's kind of funny because Brian was giving me shit because I'm actually building a Ford and the other car is a Pontiac, and I like them all. I'm just kind of branching out. I got out of cars for years, raising kids and keeping them out of trouble and trying to focus on a career. Then it's like, I got to do this no name national stuff, and oh well. Then the story goes that way.
Awesome.
So
Could you guys? Oh, go ahead, Johnny.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna comment like what we were talking about earlier for a brief minute about if we had phones back then.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just thinking, could you imagine how crazy Jungle Pam's Instagram would have been? That would have been insane.
She would have put Kim Kardashian to shame.
Absolutely.
I would have been following her, that's for sure.
Yeah, she'd be a millionaire.
Well, there was a lot of them. You should look up the if you want to call it the backup girl for the Chi-Town Hustlers in the early mid 70s.
Yeah, there's definitely a few of them out there.
There you go.
You guys, there's a Bakersfield event that happens once a year. I'm trying to
Smokers.
No, what's it called? It's basically nostalgic drags, and they have
the
funny
Cackle
ones
Fest
out there and stuff. And they have like we're talking about the backup girls, with their short shorts and tall heels, boots, and you know, backing up the funny cars. Oh man, it is so freaking throwback and so awesome.
Southeastern Gassers Association does that too, and
Really?
that's all part of the show. That's like gone in professionalism,
Yeah.
Oh man,
It's what needs to come back, the actual entertainment part.
Yes.
Of drag racing.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I'm hoping-
Just the colorful stuff,
That's what
and
things like the No Name Nationals brings back, though, because somebody's going to copy it. If it's a success in September, somebody's going to copy it. There'll be another YouTuber event.
it's not going to be the same though.
No, it won't.
It's always going to be the copy. Copy's never good as the original.
Yeah. But yeah, all of that style back then, my dad was a child of the 60s and 70s, street racing, drag racing, and it's totally different nowadays. And I mean, you look at NHRA now, it's like, you look at the sponsors and you're like, that has nothing to do with cars. There's no cool names like Jungle Jim, or anything like that. Arnie the Farmer,
Yeah.
We need that back. We need something.
You do need that back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
agree.
Well, nowadays it's sort of like Holly owns everything, so the only sponsor really would be Holly. Back in the days, God, you had so many small companies that were making high performance parts. But the hobby was so much bigger back then. It's kind of crazy when you think about what kids are into today and where cars are at today. It's just not. Unfortunately, it's not the same, and I don't think it'll ever be like it was. It won't be widespread as it was. It's like, hey, let's go to the drags this weekend. Now it's like there's not as many drags out there,
And it's expensive.
and it's really expensive. I mean, shit, freaking Pomona out here. I think the main event. I mean, and this is a few years ago. I can't imagine what it is now, but God, I think it was like it's like $100 or something like that if you go Sunday.
I mean, just look at the whole fact of too is back then the access to the pits and meeting people.
Yeah.
There's got to be a person, and I think Wilburn said something like rule number 386, no personality allowed. He's absolutely right. There's going to be more personalities and bullshitting with people at the No Name Nationals than there are at a national event.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I think it'll be. I think that'll be more than all the events of all the major events of the entire year put together.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
I agree.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see where this goes. And, maybe we start, it's a grassroots event and it got a lot of personalities and characters and channels kind of coming, but they're all automotive, and even all makes. I mean, I only watch the Mopar channels mostly, but I'm sure there's other makes and stuff going there. So I think it's going to, I don't know. I guess.
And you got people coming from Canada. I mean, all these far drives. And, it's like, what are you winning? Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, you don't win anything.
Like nothing. I'm going to probably go there and break shit and, pay $5 a gallon of gas, get harassed by Bryan all night, and then have to sit there and have Patrick tell me his car's slow when we know it's not.
My car's not making a return trip home. At least the engine's not.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you're winning right there. Is friends, that community.
Absolutely.
Like it's going to change things. This whole YouTube stuff is like literally changing stuff. I know, Chris, you said, I don't have that many subscribers. You know what? You're growing. People are watching.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And then like they keep growing and going and going. And next thing you know, it's just like, hey, stuff like 6 months ago, 9 months ago, there was 105 less channels.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
I was going to ask John Wilburn if he got a check from YouTube because they got all these new content creators now because of his race. YouTube end up making money off of this.
All I know is I may not be bringing a car to No Name, but I'm gonna do like an APB for backup girls now. I'm gonna go ahead and bring as many as I can.
There you go. There you go.
Don't worry, John. I got that covered.
That would be great, like hire a backup girl.
See, but that's the thing, though, Chris. You're coming, and you're gonna document the whole thing. It's like. Well, we were both at Mo Party. It's hard to film with all that going on, and I could just imagine, being a part of it. I'm planning on getting a lot of footage out, but like the Friday, I'm not going to race at all. I'm not going to race at all Friday because I'm not that into bracket racing, but still, it's just, there's going to be so much going on and so much to do.
Yeah.
If I get 2 runs in this car, I'm gonna be happy. I don't care about the runs. It's being there in the middle of all of it.
Yeah.
Real quick, Chris, somebody said something in the chat, and I believe it was Raker SS74, and he was talking about a black 64 Dodge. Here is some trivia on how Grant Spalding got into drag racing. There was actually indoor drag racing in Chicago in the wintertime.
I've heard of
and a guy bought a Max Wedge car, and the story behind it is he went to Norm because he bought it from him and basically said, hey man, I'll throw your name on the door, give me some spark plugs, stickers, whatever. And he did it, and he shot off. And there's some old pictures you can find on the web, and like Arnie Bezic was there. And I've heard some stories like when the weather was crappy, these cars would be moving, and then like last I don't know how many feet they'd rip that door open, they go flying out into a snowy parking lot, and it's like that's drag racing right there.
Yeah, that's actually when I read that story, I thought that was really cool that it wasn't for as creative as Norm seemed to be with marketing and stuff, it took a grassroots racer to be like, hey, let me throw some logos on my car. I thought that was really cool.
How did those guys back then walk with the balls that they fucking had?
Well, yeah.
It's like,
I tell you
shit, but nothing like that.
I mean, that guy, when the whole drag racing thing came about because when he got his dealership, Dodge dumped a bunch of Max Wedge cars on him. They're like, sell them, and he got them sold. And it was, typical win on Sunday, sell on Monday type thing.
Yeah.
The guy did have a heart of gold, though. I mean, I knew him pretty well, and some of the stories he said, talking about like during Vietnam, sending stuff, because he had like a sports letter that we got sent out, but he made sure stuff went over to troops over there when they came back buying cars, treated them very, very, very well.
Yeah.
Showed me some pictures one time of tanks over there with Grand Spalding decals on them.
Oh,
What?
wow.
Yeah, that was kind of neat.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I will go to my grave with the one regret of my show being not being able to get Mr. Norm on, because in the beginning, like I'm such a big fan that a couple of my first episodes were about Grand Spalding and the Dart and stuff like that, and
yeah,
I really wanted to get. It was just if I had started it years earlier and maybe had a little bit more recognition, maybe he would have given it a second thought. But yeah, that's one. Oh man, if I could have gotten Mr. Norm on the show, that would have been a highlight of what I'm hoping will be a career for me.
There's a lot of cool stuff that he did, and one of the big ones is definitely the I know it sounds weird, but the motorcycle stuff he did.
I don't know too much about that, to be honest.
He became a genius. It was, muscle cars were done, and he got fleet vehicles for like Chicago PD and stuff like that. The van craze. In fact, some of the manufacturers in Indiana and Crown Point he bought to pump them out. Started selling them all over. Then it was like everyone's wanting motorcycles. He became like the #1 Kawasaki dealer in the United States. And and actually, I'll get you a name sometime. But Patrick, the vehicles are up at Rhino's dealership. But Norm's actual '77 custom van with the funny car painted on it's up there. The whatchamacallit, one of the Kawasaki bikes is up there. One of the funny car body. Actually, the Cordoba funny car body is up there, but it's rough.
Oh, really?
It is really rough. It'd be good to get you in touch with this guy, because April, I think 9th, 10th, and maybe the 11th, he's having like an open house. So.
Oh, really?
Oh,
yeah, very cool. That's
I am not far away from there.
Rockford? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
It's not too far.
My travel budget isn't that big, or else I'd be like, hey, I gotta go check that out, man.
My travel budget keeps getting
expensive.
Smaller and smaller as the
I
gas
know.
prices go up and up.
Yeah, no, I just posted something. I think 87 octane was it 590 something here?
That's
California?
insane. That's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's freaking nuts, man.
It's hitting up here too. It's getting expensive up here too. I think we're knocking on the door of $5. But
Chris, where are you at?
I'm up in Seattle area, Washington State, Pacific Northwest.
I mean, we're 469 right now. I mean, yeah.
Can you see it? There you go.
Oh, yeah. 589. Good God, my God.
That's 87.
Yeah, I thought Illinois was bad.
Yeah,
Illinois is bad.
I put in between 35 and 40,000 miles a year on vehicles, so let's just say that it's gonna impact me a little bit.
What are those in charge
just
saying?
A tad.
Saying that's a small price to pay for democracy or some BS? Like
democracy's free. And the thing is, we're not even a democracy. We're a representative republic. It's like, get your terminology right. Whoever you're fooling.
I did watch a little video today about the guys that there's Texas. They're expediting the permits to drill.
Yeah.
And there's guys there's big companies in Texas drilling the shit out of oil right now.
Oh yeah.
It's like in the last 6 months, the people, and this is the cool thing that I thought about it. In the last 6 months, the people working for the oil companies, or at least this one in Texas, their wages went up 20%.
Holy shit.
I'm about to move.
Yeah.
Go haul frac sand.
There's 22-year-old kids working on oil fields making $200,000 a year right now.
Holy shit.
When I first got my commercial driver's license, there was a lot of stuff going on in the North Dakota, and hauling frac sand, you could make $10,000 a week. I was like, oh my God, I should have done it.
Yeah, you were wanting to move to Texas anyway, weren't you, Chris?
Yeah, now that I hear that, I might go haul some frac sand down there or something.
Yeah.
Put it in the back of Mr. Norm's truck.
Yeah. That is a cool truck, though. I was wondering who owned that. And Raker SS74, I need to find a way to get in contact with you, man. He mentioned something about Kenny Safford, which he raced for Norm for a long time. There's a lot of cool stories behind him, too.
Cool, man.
He was kind of offshoot.
Chicago area. I guarantee
Yeah.
if you do a live, Raker will be there. Raker's one of my OGs. I think he was on. I think he jumped into my first live. He was
Right
there.
on.
He's in every one.
Nice.
So is anybody having to run race fuel at all?
No, if I'm on the 85.
My motor's going to be like 7.9 to 1 compression. I don't think I'm going to need it.
Yeah,
You might have to have a small can, Brian, for when you're spraying.
I don't know. With that low compression,
Yes, you will.
okay, I might. I don't know. I may run race.
We got to let the spray get in.
Yeah.
I may run it just because I love the smell of it.
So I wanted to. The question I was going to ask earlier is, each of you guys, who are you challenged against for the No Name Nationals? So start.
I can set this one out because nobody's challenged me yet.
What? You're still looking for a challenge?
No, I'm not looking for one. I'm waiting for one to
Okay.
come to me.
All right, all right.
He's the smart one.
Nah, I don't know if I'm smart, but I'm just going to wait.
Everybody
I've got a slow car.
Everybody I called out, they didn't take me serious enough. But I'm
Yeah, you got kind of snubbed. I was shit. Who was it you called out?
Now when they want to race the coolest looking car there and have video of them racing the coolest looking car there, I'll be like, nah.
You
I
called
gotta race Scott.
when
I'm
you
racing
called Lunar
Scott
out.
because of gold cars.
When you called Lunar out, I was like, "Whoa, Brian, you're coming in pretty
Yeah,
hot."
I figured he would grow a pair and accept, but he didn't. So
Hey, Raker.
We've got a Nova called Franken Nova Shop 209 that we're going to race. We're going to race a motorcycle channel, 113 Cycles. Thumper, the fat, sweaty guy who has got a bunch of Pontiacs. Travis's Mopar Garage, and Pole Barn's Holy Goat.
wow,
Hey,
yeah,
damn.
That's it's gonna be a busy weekend for you.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, we're bringing 2 cars and a motorcycle, and something's going to break.
yeah. Holy crap!
Okay,
I know.
Somebody
I'm gonna
school
keep
me
it
on
tame
what the
until
No Name
Saturday.
500 is. What is the No Name 500? Did I miss something?
It's the race for 500 subs. So with the No Name Nationals, you have to have a minimum 500 subs.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
a lot of people are trying to get the 500. I just hit my 500 last week.
Okay.
Dust Devil's close. A lot of guys are really working their asses off building cars. Registered, just need the subs so they can go there and get beat by Patrick.
Slow car.
Paul John, what are you bringing? Have you decided?
He's
what
bringing
you're
the
bringing?
bus, man, the party bus.
Well, he is bringing the bus.
Oh, and by the way, real quick, I think I know somebody that Patrick needs to race, and that's the NSB Custom guys. They're the real deal.
I know they are. They've got a big block. It's Stroker big block.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching that channel. It's
It's a nice
definitely
car.
What were you
wicked.
gonna say, John?
We've decided what car we're going to bring, but we got a video coming out next week to say.
Oh,
I've been-
cool.
I've been
cool.
waiting. I've been waiting on a couple other channels to decide whether they were going to make it or not, and they won't make a decision. So Jacob and I made the decision. We made a video. I got to just edit it up and we'll put it out.
Cool. And I can't wait to meet him. I can't wait to meet you, but him too, because your kid is a lot cooler than you are.
Meet him first, because then you'll think I'm all right. You meet me first, you might think he's an asshole.
And
Everyone's an asshole when they get to the line.
right. Do you have a call out, John?
No,
No, not
no
yet.
call out. I was waiting on another channel to decide if they were going to bring one of their cars out, and I asked him, and he said, "Well, I've been thinking about it, and he hasn't decided yet what he's going to do, and I'm not waiting any longer. So I just, moved ahead.
Okay.
So
Well,
no
yeah,
call
people-
out yet.
I'm
All
sure-
I've done
I'm
is
sure-
announce I'm going. I haven't said what I'm bringing.
Oh, we need. Oh, never mind. I don't know what you're bringing yet. Damn it! I thought it was a great race if you bring the car I'm thinking about.
Did you guys see the Duster that Richard picked up?
Yes.
So,
The purple one? Oh my god!
dude.
Yeah.
He got a good deal on that thing.
Yeah, he
From what I
did,
saw.
dude. I'll tell you,
With the trailer.
we Brian and I kind of started talking about big blocks and A bodies and stuff, and there's some issues with them. A lot of work's got to go into them to kind of get them up to par. But man, I mean, there's a lot of rolling chassis A bodies out there you could pick up. At least, I'd say, the last couple of years, maybe prices have gone up since, but for about 10 grand, you could get a nice roller. And it's like, dude, you can't buy a stock Duster body and have all that work done to it, let alone the time that goes into it for 10 grand.
Yeah, there's a shop up in the Northwest, Heavens Mopars, and he's got he's got an A body, and it's
a 70.
got a bunch of
I
and
think it's a 70. I think it's still got springs in it, or is that a 4-link car? Yeah,
I think it's a 4-link car.
I think it's a 4-link car. It's got all sorts of tin work done to it.
Yeah.
That's who's racing Brian.
Yeah.
You can't find that stuff. And then good luck if you do buy one, or if you don't buy one, if you want to build one like that, good luck finding the parts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, my buddy, my buddy Tom, he just bought a roller, 70 or 71 Duster. And I mean, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful car, but it's a roller. Yeah. And he paid 15 grand for it. I'm actually going to do a video on it later, but I was going to wait till he's putting a big block in his too. But
nice.
His is easier because with the flat mounts, you can still buy those kits. It's the spool mounts they're not making anything for.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the guy that I got my set from. I think it was I think that was through Moparts, I think is where I found him. But yeah, it come with a little template to show where to cut the steering mounting so the oil filter or oil pump would clear. And then he said, "Oh yes, B&E headers just bolt in." They do not. Even on my low deck, they were horrible.
No, they're all
just do what Hearst Campbell did with the Hemi darts and take a sledge.
No. My yellow car is way too nice to do that kind of crazy stuff.
I know.
It's like,
Johnny, when you were talking about the A bodies and the Fenderwell headers and all that, there's the copper colored dart. It's a 69 M code 440 car, and it's a Grand Spalding car, and it's. Man, I remember years ago, but it had Fenderwell headers, and even with the factory skinny polyglass tires, there was still a huge turning issue with it hitting that crap.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of drama involved with A bodies and big blocks. But,
the 383 fits better. I mean, hell, you can do a Hemi better than a 440, it seems like, and the 383s fit great. It's just, man, this is how,
I'll deal with it. I'm going to have fun.
Yeah, well, I think if you're going to do an all-out build track car, I think the Duster and the Demons are bar none the best bodies to make into drag cars. It's just the amount of work and the amount of time and the amount of modifications you really have to do to those cars to make them a viable hot rod. It's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, if anybody was going to ask my opinion, I'd say like what Richard did or Heavens Mopars. Buy one that somebody already built years ago and just revamp it, put a big block in that town. Don't look back.
I mean, I was even thinking about doing a motor plate. Just doing it with a motor plate, probably be the easiest. But
well, I'm going to talk to Chris tomorrow. I'll tell him that, everybody thinks Schumacher has gone away. He needs to his
the website is still up. I was just on it the other day looking at a couple things.
Yeah. And I know he's been posting stuff on Instagram. I've seen him like, hey, we got these motor mount swaps in stock and stuff like that. So I don't know specifically about the spool mounts, but I'll ask him tomorrow. And maybe I'll do an upcoming video or something like that. Just, we are going to be doing that 3,000 car build off challenge. And I know he's probably going to be talking about some motor mount stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I'll try to get information out there to you guys in some upcoming videos. So if you guys have needs for parts, like I said, I don't know what he does have in stock and what he still needs to get in stock.
Ask him. He had ask him about 73 plus B body stuff. I was looking for some mounts, but yeah. They're the only company that offered a Hemi swap kit. Not that I would put a Hemi in that project, but I was just interested to see if they were going to remanufacture those or not.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hit them.
They were the only ones that did the mounts for the big block Dakotas too.
Yeah, until Holly came along and said,
well, I don't think Holly does
big block Dakotas.
No, they only do the Hemi stuff.
Oh no, yeah, you're right.
They don't do big block stuff.
You're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm glad that somebody took over Schumacher because I had a couple friends locally that were inquiring about purchasing it. And actually one friend was back east or in the Midwest and the price was insane. So I hope Chris got a good deal on it.
See, the word out right now, and I mean, even like bigger, where I got my information from was somebody that I really thought would know, and was that Tin Man bought them. Everybody thinks Tin Man bought Schumacher out. And
that's what I heard.
They did not. Obviously, they did not.
No, it's Motec. Chris Field from Motec bought them out. So I don't know who Tin Man is. I mean, it's possible because I know right around that time frame there was quite a few people looking to buy it.
There were.
Yeah, so there was a lot of rumors floating around, but I know Chris bought it. So
just to buy the intellectual property for the plans and all that stuff the price was astronomical. But it would be worth it because for a long time they were the go-to.
They were the only ones that still, that's the whole thing. When he went out, there was a lot of people looking for his stuff because nobody else was doing it.
When all that shit was going down, like I was trying to order a torque strap for my mom's 72 Charger because I'd had the 383 on the K member and everything. And, it's got biscuit mounts. Those things tear. And honestly, I know Schumacher makes those, what are they called? It's like they got them. Yeah, the True Lock ones. But I've heard of a couple people snapping those. Like when you see the cross section, because they were advertising the cross section, it's like, man, it just doesn't seem like the metal is extending far enough. Like it can actually tear through the metal part that's supposed to capture it. I don't know for sure. I can't say it's happened to me, but the torque strap to me is like a guarantee. Like the motor's not going to go anywhere. I have that on my Coronet, and I feel pretty good about those. But when I was trying to buy it, I bought it, paid for it, and it's like it wasn't showing up. I was calling them and leaving messages. I was emailing them, and I'm like, what the hell? I finally just said, look, are you guys out of business or something? Did I lose my money? Like, I'm not getting any response from you. Like, just let me know. Like, I was so done, and then I'm sorry, we're in back order in certain parts. And then the part he was missing was the piece that bolts to the K member. And he goes, I have a turquoise one if you want it. And I go, yeah, just send it to me. I'll rattle can it black, and he finally sent it to me. And then, then that's when I was hearing that, like they were pretty much done and, folding up, and it was for sale and all that kind of stuff. And then shortly after that's when Chris bought it. But yeah, they made a lot of cool stuff.
I don't know how he wasn't making money. That's what I don't understand. How was he just not able to?
I think
do the stuff anymore? Or?
No, I think talking to Chris, I think they're just I think they had some health issues and stuff like that, and I think it just kind of it got away from him is all. I think that's kind of the story behind it all. But
hey guys, I'm gonna jump off, but I'm gonna stay in the chat. I gotta go make sure my son's in bed. So
all right,
it's nice meeting all you guys, and
likewise.
I'll get in touch with you guys.
Take her easy, Jeff.
See you, Jeff.
See ya.
Later, Jeff.
I'm going to jump off too. I have a cold start I'm going to do in the morning, and let's just say it's going to be early. So
Okay.
take her easy, everybody. Have a good one.
Bye, Patrick.
Patrick.
Yep. See you guys.
Later,
Later.
Patrick.
All right. What are we on now? 3 hours.
Time to get weird. Time to get weird, Brian.
Yeah.
It's not weird. Well, it is actually. It's past 11:30 here. That is weird o'clock.
Yeah.
We don't have Jed in here. Jed is the king of weird.
Yeah. Well, and I'm surprised Ruben didn't pop in.
I need to call him. I was going to call him. Ruben, if you watch this later on, I'm going to call you later. I've been meaning to call him because like when last weekend when we were headed up to Indy, he said he'd been sick, and I'm like, oh, well, shit. I'm going to find out if he's doing better. I know he put a video out, so I don't know if he's doing better or not.
Yeah, I don't.
He's doing better.
Oh,
Is he?
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he was hurting though. He was down for the count for a bit.
That's what he was saying.
Was it COVID?
He didn't. He said he didn't say it was COVID,
Okay.
but it was after Big Richard left his house. He said pretty much the next day he started coming down, and he spent literally 2 days in bed. He was so mad when I was talking to him. It's just a complete waste of time. I got nothing done.
Yeah.
Was Richard okay? Well, no, I think I saw Richard in a live last weekend.
I think he's okay. I haven't talked with Richard. I need to call him too.
Yeah, I need to get a hold of both those guys. I've been so damn busy with work and this fucking car.
Yeah.
Well, Richard's got both my cars now, so I need to make sure he's taking good care of them.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Man, that purple car, though. Whoa.
Yeah.
What do you mean
I
he's
don't
got
know.
your cars?
Yeah, I made him give me his Valiant and the Duster.
Really?
Watch out. Tall John will steal your shit. Tall John is.
Yeah, that's mine. It's that old thing. I used to have one of those, but I got drunk and rolled it. But I haven't rolled his yet, so I don't. They're still good.
Watch this. Hey, Tall John, look.
Hey, check that out. That's a beauty. Is that going to go in that pretty red car?
It's not. Oh, God.
Sorry,
I got through a whole live without that.
you knew if I showed up, you were going to get it.
Oh, yeah.
You knew it.
You should hear you should hear Jed and Rob. They ream me about it. I hate, for those people who don't know, I hate red. That's the only reason I'm painting this car. If this car would have been brown, I would have left it alone. But I cannot stand red. So that's why
come on.
painted.
Come on, Brian.
Hey, Chris, I don't know if I said this last time we were on together on a live, but you saved my life a couple weekends ago.
Oh, yeah. How'd I do that?
I was on the way home and from where the heck is it? Carmi, Illinois. It's like a 3.5, 4 hour drive from there. And I was driving and I flip up my phone and it's blinking and I look, oh, there's a YouTube thing here, and I hit it, and you were doing the live with Dylan.
Okay. Yeah.
And so I put that on the Bluetooth on the radio and listened to it, and it shut the kid up and it shut the wife up, and it was the most beautiful ride on the way home. I'm like, heck yeah.
That is a great testimony for my show.
It was fun. It was good.
Do you want to shut the wife and kids up than listening to the next episode of Talking Mopars?
Yeah.
That's the only thing I hate. I see. I just listened because I was in the chat on that episode, but I listened to it again at work, and I love listening to your stuff at work. But if I actually get on there, I'm not going to listen to it. I don't want to hear myself. So I'm like, God, do I not go into Chris's live and have all kinds of fun, or do I have something to listen to at work later?
It is tough listening to yourself. I'll admit that.
I saw you posted one tonight, didn't you, Chris?
Yeah. I had a little lull in my YouTube posting. I was trying to get all my episodes up, and I just ran into a couple hiccups with some stuff because it's a long story. I'm getting back into it. I need to get a better system going because it takes up a lot of time. I thought it would be easier just uploading stuff I already have, but I got to create new graphics for it because all the graphics I had created in the past were all for Instagram, and it's been a little bit of a nightmare. And I had COVID earlier this year, and a bunch of other stuff's been going on. So I really need to before the summer starts get all my content just done so I can just focus on the future instead of stuff in the past. So the whole back catalog Mopars is coming onto YouTube, along with I'm going to make some efforts to get fresh content onto YouTube that won't be on Facebook or anything like that, just to try to drive some more subscriptions and stuff, because I would like to I just this, but I haven't committed yet because I need to make it. For one, I get 500. Two, I figure out a way to monetize some of this content so that I can afford to get whatever. If I decide to go and participate, like with a vehicle, I need to get it shipped because I can't get the time off work. So logistically, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Now, if I can pull it off, I would absolutely want to participate in that event because it's the first of its kind. But regardless, I'll be there. And I know that Big Block's coming out with me so that we can get some seriously awesome content and footage. Because if we're not racing or anything, then we've only got one goal, and that's just to boots on the ground and talk to everybody and obviously have a great time. So,
yeah.
All right. Well, this offers out for either you or Johnny or both, whatever you guys. If you guys can get out there, I have vehicles we can bring out.
Cars
I've
to
got
race?
To race.
You're
Oh,
awesome.
God.
Cars to race.
I mean, we got the Ram Charger we can bring out.
Oh my God.
And it'll have that stroked 400 deal in it. We got I'll bring the Barracuda out. You can race a slant 6. I mean, anything's worth racing, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So anything that, if you guys make it out there and you want to bring a car, you don't have to haul something all the way across the country if you don't want to.
Well, thank you very much, John.
That's pretty
amazing
awesome
offer.
of you.
I'll let Johnny take that responsibility. I'm like, oh God.
Well, the other thing too is I guess it depends now on gas prices. I don't know if I can afford to get out to California and get the Little Red home.
I was just gonna say, are you gonna bring the Little Red Express?
So, well, I'm planning on bringing the Little Red Express home if I can get it here.
Okay.
And you'll have to watch. See, this is how I'm going to force everybody to finally watch a video. We're making that announcement. So I think what we'll do is 15 minutes of blah, 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 and somehow make it so you can't skip to the end. So you have to watch the whole thing and I can get the credit for it. And then we'll just say, we're bringing this. See ya. No. Well,
why do you got to have the video 15 minutes long?
So you get you got to have the amount of time to get all those commercials so you can get paid the 10 cents you deserve.
Right.
1,000 views, you get 10 cents.
Right.
But no, we'll know. You guys will know Monday or Tuesday.
All right.
Cool.
And the offer stands for both you guys. So John, if you can make it out there and you want to run a car, Chris, if you can make it out there, you want to run a car, we'll bring something for you to run.
I appreciate that, John. Really do.
Too, man. That's awesome.
Very cool of you.
Well, I want you to come out.
Actually,
I'll definitely be there. Johnny's the one that you got. Oh, there. Johnny's the one who needs to head out. I don't know what we got to do. We'll kidnap him.
Well, that's why I said, I'm coaxing him too. See?
Yeah.
Actually, Scott's in the chat. Scott, if you have any problems, like towing your car all the way out here, and it would be easier for you to ship it, and this goes for Chris and Johnny too. My shop is 2 hours away from the track.
Oh, wow.
We can get your car to the shop, or we can get your car to the track from my shop. And if you want to have them drop your car off here, and it's in I got to punch a code to get in back here. It's a big fenced in barbed wire. It's safe.
Okay.
But if and I'd park it in the shop anyway. But if one of you guys needs to someplace to put a car, like when the transporter drops it off or whatever,
Yeah.
I got that. I got you there.
How long after the event can you keep the vehicle there?
It depends. Are you leaving the keys?
I would, yeah. Well,
oh, you got to leave the keys to get up on a transport.
If I do, it would be the Mr. Norm truck. I would get it out to Sykes, and then I would probably drive it to Louisiana because I'm meeting with Blake and those guys at DIY Hemi.
Yeah.
Go to cruising the coast, drive it down there, maybe drive it cruising the coast.
And sweet, you're going to be down there.
Yeah, it's an event that it just worked out that when Sykeston was rescheduled, it's the weekend before the week of cruising the coast.
Right.
So I was like, cool, I'll hit up Sykeston, have a great time, and then head down to Louisiana and cruise the coast with those guys. That's the case. I'll just leave the Mr. Norm truck at DIY Hemi and be like, all right, the Hemi will be down here in a couple of weeks. Go ahead and take care of that for me, boys.
Yeah. That's not Scott, a bad thing.
You know what? I got a thing for that. If you want to paint your Duster red, we could just trade. This one's already ready to go back red. No, I actually think that's a really cool little thing, because he's Heaven's Mopars, I'm Dust Devil. He was going to paint his car white, mine's going to be black, like the old Western. I get to be the bad guy.
Yeah.
I like
where
this is going.
Being the bad guy, but I can't. It's really hard to talk shit on Scott. He's just too damn nice.
He is. I can vouch for that.
He is nice.
I don't know whose idea it was to get you guys to run, but it's a genius idea.
That guy is a genius. Whoever that guy was.
Such a smart guy.
So I'll be at Cruising the Coast. I'll be at the Mo party because I believe that's the week before. So I have a feeling
already the week before.
I think the Mo isn't it the week before, Brian?
Oh my God!
It is. No, you didn't realize this, Chris. What it is Mo party.
Oh shit!
Then there's a week of nothing, and then
Sykeston.
And then Sykeston.
Holy shit. Go to TalkingMopars.com and buy some t-shirts from myself because I've got some traveling to do. This is getting really expensive, really fucking fast.
You've got.
You take PayPal, right? You take PayPal.
Basically, Chris, what you got is you got Mo party that you get to spend a weekend at home, and then you're going to Sykeston and then down to cruising the coast.
Wow, this is going to be. Oh man. As long as there's a week in between, then I can figure it out for sure.
Yeah, there's a week in between.
Okay, good.
You can go to work that week.
I'll make it happen. It's gonna be.
I can work this week.
Well, I work a lot of overtime, so hopefully that'll help.
You should just walk into your supervisor, whoever's office, and just be like, hey, September is going to be bad for me.
Actually, it's going to be bad for you. It's going to be great for me.
I need to take a leave of absence. I'm going to have COVID from this date to this date.
Hey, between us here, hopefully no one from my work ever sees this. Kept my positive COVID test in case I ever have to use it for that reason. Like, hey, gosh, 5 days off. Sorry, guys, I don't want to infect anybody.
Hey,
no, what's messed up? Listen to this. What's messed up? I went into human resources lady at my work. I talked. Her dad's got a dart that we've been working on for a long time, and we used to talk about it all the time. So I go in and I'm like, hey, I got this YouTube channel here. Here's a couple stickers. And as I was walking out, I was like, damn it! Now if I call in, I can't go live. But then here I got 3 stories. 3 stories, and I'll shut up for a while.
Okay.
We go in for a meeting for a machinist training meeting, and they had these guys who make inserts that we use to cut metal. We're going to a new company, so they had representatives from the company there, from their company there. I walk in to the meeting and look up on the big screen where they have everything projected up, and there's my face. The guy, the head programmer is showing these guys my videos. I walked in, I was like, oh, wow, my videos. Could you please shut that off? I hate looking at myself. I actually picked up a couple subs from it. And then the weirdest thing, you guys probably haven't heard this. Well, you probably have, but I got to tell you anyway. The weirdest shit happened to me in Indy. Okay, I'm looking at this booth, I'm looking at these parts, and this dude taps me on the shoulder. I turn around, I don't know him. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. He goes, why aren't you working on that duster? I was like, oh, I didn't know how to act. I did not know how to act. It's so weird.
Bryan says, don't stalk me.
What was funny is I was there with Jed and the guy, I talked to him for a minute. I was like, all nervous and shit. And then the guy was like, yeah, I was hoping to find Jed. And Jed's dad was there. And I'm like, well, there's Jed's dad right there. And I just fucking screwed it out.
Oh, YouTube celebrity.
I know.
Oh my God.
Stardom.
Recognizes
never had anybody
come
come
with
up
one
with
guy, so it's not like I'm some kind of huge. I think I'm some kind of huge anything.
You will, John. Trust me.
The fact that one guy recognized me kind of weirded me out a little bit, but I guess
it gets weirder, buddy. Trust me.
Yeah. I mean, it's a trip because you got a lot of followers, and like a lot of these guys put comments in your videos and stuff, and so you're talking back and forth, and you know them through their name, their handle or whatever. And then if you see them actually at the track and stuff or at an event, you're like, you don't know who that is because they have a regular name in real life. It's like, oh, Bob. You're like, well, who the hell is Bob? But they know.
The No Name Nationals, I'm expecting somebody here. I hope somebody comes there that actually recognizes who I am. You expect it there, but this was, indie swap meet. I'm just there buying parts.
Yeah.
I'll be walking up to everybody going, Chris with talking Mopars? Dude, you're a midget.
And I'm going to go,
to you.
Tall John, nice to meet you.
I'm going to say, speak up. I can't hear you.
Wait, my wife's not on here right now. She's asleep. I'm waiting for the group. I want the groupies.
The groupies?
I have a couple recent stories that I'll share privately. I was surprised. I had to show my wife. I was like, look at this. I was like, what is happening? They eventually come out of the woodwork. Now, depending on what kind of women you're into.
Yeah.
I'll say that. Thankfully, most of them have been pretty nice, but they definitely come out of the woodwork eventually.
Oh, this guy was a great. I can't. I'm awful with names anyway, and I didn't get his name. This guy, he was a great guy. It was him and his wife, and he was a great guy. It's just, and I've said it on every live because I don't know if he's in here, but it's like, I'm sorry I didn't talk to you more. I was just kind of weirded out by the whole thing.
Yeah.
I was told recently I had a really good voice. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then now that I think about it, that person asked if I knew where to get any duster parts, and now I know a couple people. Maybe I'll send that person your way.
I don't have any parts. I'm using all my parts.
Hey, look, it was Dustin Ransom. We seen you at Indy. No, I don't know if he was. He says he saw one of us at Indy. That I think you're the only one that went to Indy,
I was
right?
the only one at Indy. Dustin?
Yeah. It says Dustin Ransom.
He's a F-body guy. He's got a lot of cool F-bodies.
Huh?
I'm asking Dustin if he was the guy that scared me.
Well, it's a good thing we got to know Tall John before we met him out there, because that's probably like meeting Chewbacca.
That would be.
Shoot, are you kidding me? I make Chewbacca look ugly.
Gosh, he offered to let us borrow his cars. He
Now I
offered to
gotta
let us
wait.
borrow his cars. I don't know if we'll
Yeah.
reach the pedals.
I haven't moved the seats. They're in the stock location. You know what's
Okay.
funny about that? I was just talking to Lunar came by the house Thursday, and you know, he was looking at the different stuff, and he looks over. I got one of those TC Maseratis. You seen those?
Oh, yeah,
little Chrysler
yeah.
things?
Yeah.
And he says, "How do you fit in that thing?" And I fit that car better than I fit in my Roadrunner.
Wow.
You know, the Roadrunner, my knees up against the shifter, you know, and that kind of thing. But the Maserati, I've got more room in that thing. It's more stretched out. So
I imagine Tall John's cars look like Harry and the Hendersons, where he like cones the roof of the station wagon.
a dent in the roof. No, I'd rather drive like this. I don't want to ruin its value.
Oh my
Ruben was
God.
talking about how small the Duster was when he got in Big Richard's Duster. And he says, I can't believe how small them A bodies are. And I'm like, dude, it's just like a goldfish. You live in your environment that you're used to. You know, I don't want to hear about it.
Oh, I gotta find one. Tall John, we gotta find you a Miata.
Why? So I can put a slant 6 in it and slow it down?
Oh,
Ouch.
No, just so you can drive it around. You make a video, you driving a Miata, looking over the top of the steering
With
wheel.
my head sticking out. What was that movie? You remember that movie? Reed. Gosh darn it. Burt
What-
Reynolds. No, it wasn't Burt Reynolds.
there
Yes,
was
it was Burt Reynolds. And what's the singer Reed? He's a really good picker.
Jerry
and he
Reed?
was in-
Jerry Reed.
Jerry Reed, yeah. And Jerry Reed was kind of the kingpin bad guy, selling dope and, you know, and underage girls and all kinds of stuff like that. And Burt Reynolds, it's called not White Lightning. It's the sequel to White Lightning.
I have no idea. I drawn a blank.
Anyway,
Not
it's the
White
sequel
Lightning.
to that. And Jerry Reed has a guy that works with them that's really huge, and he drives around in like this Thunderbird with the sunroof open and his head's always sticking out of it.
yeah.
What is the name of that movie? I'll find it.
Not
You
White
guys-
Lightning is what they'll call me if I ever have something fast.
You guys remember?
What's the
Do you ever
sequel to
know
White Lightning?
there was like a little car, kind of like a
Gator.
huh?
Gator's the sequel to White Lightning.
Oh, okay. There was like a European car, kind of like a Tiger, that had a 440 Mopar in it.
Oh, yeah.
The Anson. No, not Anson.
There was one on not Tony, Nick's garage a little while back. A Jensen Healy.
Yeah,
Jensen.
Jensen.
Jensen Healy.
Yeah.
The Jensen Interceptor. Is the one
Interceptor.
Yeah.
that's
There you go.
I
That's
want
like
to
those
get one of those.
That's what you need, Tall John.
I always thought that car would be cool because it's got a 440 in it and everything, and nobody would recognize that car. It looks like a European, it looks like a European sports car.
Yeah.
It'd be
Yeah.
an awesome.
Well, I
sleeper.
believe it is a European sports car.
Yeah,
It
but it
is.
looks like it. But it, I don't know. You don't expect something like that to have a 440 in it.
Right.
No. Yeah. It's not a very well known thing, you know. It's like
Yeah.
everybody knows the Cobra, everybody knows the Tiger, but the Jensen, nobody really knows that they actually had 440 Mopars in them.
Yeah.
They're tiny little car. I mean, it's almost a death wish to drive one of those. I can't even imagine, dude. A big ass heavy 440 in that tiny little car, go kart. It's freaking insane. But
And
cool.
I think they came out in 72 and 73. I think
Are
the
they-
year they come out.
Are they that small? I thought they were like Pantera sized.
They're about Pantera.
It's a little bit bigger, yeah. But what was that? I was watching that Wheeler Dealers, and I I watched that episode, and over there in England, they were doing one over, and it was he went to England. They were doing one in their California thing, and he went to England because the Jensen company, somebody had bought out the company, and they bought all the tooling and everything. You could get brand new parts for those cars.
Oh wow!
Kind of like the whole DeLorean thing.
Yeah.
Huh.
I was just going to say that.
Because you could buy like any part for a DeLorean right now, but only one company has all of it.
You know how you know you're following a DeLorean?
Hmm.
The white lines are disappearing as it goes over.
That's a cocaine joke.
Yeah.
For those of you that aren't paying attention.
Is this the one that had the 440 in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is kind of a bigger car. I thought it was.
Yeah, but still, you would not expect that to have a 440 in it.
No.
No way. Can you imagine pulling up next to somebody on a street race or something? Oh man, you can make so much money with that car until people find
Dude,
it.
you could get away with saying it was an MG. Nobody would know the difference. Just say, it's a little MG with a little 4-cylinder in it.
Wasn't there another car like that had a Hemi in it? Or was it a Jensen that was Hemi swapped? I thought I saw some.
In the 50s, there was a European sports car that some rich guy was sports car racing with the early Hemi in it.
Oh,
I can't remember the name of the guy.
Interesting.
But I think Jensen built some 360 cars too, because they were talking about like later on in Jensen, some of their cars they imported 360 motors.
Oh, okay.
Like maybe in the late 70s.
Does anyone here, speaking of Interceptors and 360s, can anybody tell me information about the Interceptor 360, the LA 360? I know there's one or two for sale locally, and I'm trying to figure out. I haven't really done any research, so I'm just wondering if anybody knows anything about it.
Tall John.
Tall John.
It's the same engine that came in the Little Red Express.
Okay.
And I'm trying to think of what the code is for it.
It was the police motor, right?
E58 Police Interceptor
Okay.
is the code.
Because this lady said she had a couple 318 Interceptors, and I went over there to check them out, and I saw that they were actually 360s. And I was like, interesting, but there was no Little Red Express in sight. So I don't know if they came in cop cars or not. I thought they were all 318s with the exception of the Little Red Express. But that's interesting information. Are they pretty good little engines? Do they?
Oh yeah. The word is that they put 340 camshafts in them.
Okay.
And I don't know, the one that's in my Little Red Express, that thing moves, and it's 100% stock.
Interesting.
Oh wow.
It runs, man. And I've seen the E58 put in a couple of pickup trucks, and a buddy of mine had one out in California. And I drove the thing. It had a manual trans in it. And I drove the thing. I was like, what did you do to this? And he says, it is stock. That's the way it came. So I looked it up and checked the numbers, and it was an E58.
So is E58 stamped on the block or something? Or like, how do you know?
No, the designation, it's the stamping on the block tells you whether it's an Interceptor or not. I don't remember how it's stamped, but it's stamped on the numbers that are stamped on it.
Okay.
Can somebody in the chat tell me where to find? How can I identify to make sure that these are actually Interceptor
I bet
engines?
your Raker might know. He answers right every time.
I can probably get them both for less than I would imagine around $300 for both of them. One of them's missing the heads, but the other one's pretty complete, and it looks to be all original and put together. Anyway, it might have been painted. This one of them is painted red, and I don't think they ever came painted red. The other one's painted blue, which seemed more likely. But the red one looked like it had maybe had some speed parts on it at one time. But she thought they were 318s.
Just so you know, the only difference between them is the camshaft.
Okay, so the heads weren't different or anything?
No, any.
Okay.
And I keep hearing that too. People keep saying, well, it had 340 heads. Well, 360s have 340 heads.
Yeah.
So they just come with a 188 valve.
Well, the whole thing is they were supposed to, when they prototyped that truck, wasn't it supposed to come out with W2 heads on
It was supposed to. They the first prototype had them. The one that they went to Popular Hot Rodding with, and they did the test drives and everything with, and run it on the track, that had W2s.
Oh wow.
But they couldn't get the emissions out of it. The only manifold that was available was the Holley, like a Dominator type manifold, and there's no heat rising passages in the W2, so they couldn't get them emission regulated or right. So
That's too bad. That would have been cool to have,
man.
mass
Yeah,
production.
but then there wouldn't be any Little Red Expresses left with their original engines.
That's true.
Yeah.
Everybody would have robbed them things out.
Isn't that how the Little Red Express? Because they didn't have cats the first year, right? Because
first year
of the
was without.
Yeah, and then the second year is when the government got slick and was like, "Oh, we see what you're doing here," right? Isn't that what happened? Yeah,
That's exactly what
Gosh.
happened. The first ones had no EGR valve, no catalytic converter. They were really those things were mover. Now mine's the second year, 79 with the cat, and it's a mover. So, and it also has an EGR on it. But the original deal with the truck was anything 3/4 ton and bigger. Well, if you look at Little Red, it's really a 1/2 ton truck, but it's rated as a 3/4 ton truck.
No shit.
So that they could get away with it.
Yeah.
And
in Missouri, to get out of emissions, if you had a truck, you used to get 3/4 ton plates on them. And I've had 6,000 pound plates is what they call them.
Yeah.
But I've had El Caminos that I ran with 6,000 pound plates on them because they were considered a truck when I was a kid. But here's the thing, because I know Chris likes this shit. He thinks that Johnny Mopar is the king of getting cheap cars. Tell him what you paid for your Little Red.
Don't tell me, please.
$600.
Oh my God! Wow. I'm gonna go cut my wrists now.
Now, I love this is one of my favorite little stories to tell. My brother-in-law, he was a Chevy guy. He was based in Virginia Beach. He was on, I think it's Eisenhower. And he called me up one day and he said, "Hey, do you want one of them goofy ass Dodge trucks with the smokestacks on it?"
Oh my God.
And I said, "Well, first of all, what color is it?" And he said, "It's red." And I said, "Okay, does it have wood in the bed, like on the side of the bed? Is it a step side?" He said, "Yeah, it's a little red." I said, "Yeah, I do." I said, "What's the guy want for it?" And he goes, "Well, I haven't talked to him." He says, "But make an offer and I'll go ask him." And I said, "Well, let's start stupid. Let's start like $400, $300, something like that." So he went to the guy.
Just lowballing him.
Yeah, he said, "My brother-in-law would like to buy it. He said he'd give you $300 for it." And he said,
Yes.
He said, "This truck is worth like $10,000 or $12,000 or something." He said,
Shit.
And this is back when a good one was worth $12,000.
Yeah.
And he said, "So I think what I'm going to do is just donate it to the local high school because I can't get it safety. Because in Virginia, the exhaust has to exit more than 18 inches from the opening of the door." And so I start looking around at rules and regulations. I'd never heard that before. Well, they're retroed in. That was a newer rule. And so anyways, I tell my brother-in-law, his name's Irwin. I said, "Irwin, go down there and talk to the guy and tell him you're going to try to get a tax deduction out of this when you give it to the high school. They're going to want to know why you're trying to get a deduction out of $12,000 on a 1979 Dodge pickup." And I said, "They're going to audit you." Now, I don't know if they would or not, right? But
yeah.
So he went and he told him that, and the guy got scared and says, "Well, what will he offer me? Make a good deal." And he said, "Well, he already made an offer. Counter it." And he says, "Well, $600.
Man.
So I flew out there. He towed it to his house. I flew out there, and there's all kinds of fun stories that go along with that. But anyhow, I get the truck running. All it took was take the tank out, clean it up, needed a new sending unit, put a new sending unit in the tank. The original carburetor was sitting on the seat. It had a Holley 600 that was on it. I put the original carburetor back on it, and it fired up and ran. and I drove it around the block a few times, drove it to the Virginia DMV, got a moving pass for it. And then Saturday night, we took it out cruising. And at the Pizza Hut joint there in Virginia Beach, we drive by and there's like 12 Little Red Expresses parked there.
Oh, shit.
So we pull up in there, and the first guy that sees me goes, "Did you get this from this guy down over here? We've been trying to get it for years." They were all upset. Yeah, and I'm going to take it out to California. They're like, "Oh, man." So I told him about the rule about the 18 inches, and he said, "Yeah, we got all the paperwork. Anytime," he says, "anytime we register, we show the DMV this paperwork, and it's retroed in. It's good. It's good to go." He said, he told me, he says, "By the way, we're the biggest Little Red Express club there is in the country, right here in Virginia Beach."
Wow.
So I'm like,
You didn't
"Oh."
tell him. You didn't tell him how much you paid for it, did you?
No, I never did tell him that. I mean, I don't remember if I did. I
Yeah.
may have. I mean, they were cool enough. I would have told them.
I know a few
But-
guys that would have been like, "Yeah, 12 grand. You could probably buy it off me."
Yeah.
Quick flip.
So, yeah, that's what I should have
Oh.
did, huh? He wanted
God.
12 grand. If you want it, you can
Yeah.
get it. For 12.
Yeah.
$600. Oh, tall John. Hey, Johnny, you're second place now, dude. That might be the winner right there. Good Lord.
Well,
Man.
that was a while back. That was 14, 15 years ago, too.
Yeah.
That would, to be honest
Yeah,
with
but
you,
still 14, 15 years ago.
Yeah,
that's
that's-
in 2000.
Yeah.
that is probably, if someone came to me with a 77 or a 78 Little Red Express, and I guess a 77 Warlock big block truck would be pretty cool too, but or a Midnight Express, but that would never happen. But if someone came to me with the right Little Red Express and wanted to trade for Mr. Norm, I would. Oh man, that would be a tough one because I love those Little Red Express trucks so much. But
Yeah, you
It-
and my wife.
it would have to be a hell of an example for me to get rid of the truck that I got right now.
Yeah, I drove it all the way to California, and I had several different little issues happen to it on the way home, but nothing major. And I never nailed it. As the things, it's old. I don't know I didn't crawl around it. You ever been to Virginia Beach in the middle of the summertime?
No.
It's that term where you can slice the air with a knife. It's so humid and so nasty. And I just stayed in the house the whole time I was there. I never went outside and did what I had to do. I worked on it in the morning and then in the evening a little bit. But I drove it home, and I never nailed it until I got off the highway. I was going down the 15. Now, Johnny, you might know this area. The 76 goes up to Palomar Mountain and goes into Bonsall.
Yeah.
So I got off the highway, headed towards Bonsall, and it's 2-lane right off the highway, goes into one past a gas station. There's a stoplight right there, and I got stuck at the stoplight. And the little guy in his little lowered Honda Ricer deal down there, and he's revving the motor, rim, 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 and I'm about 5 miles away from home. Okay, let's see what it does. I smoked his ass getting into the lane. I get into that lane. I get a good 2-3 car lengths ahead of him and let off and just cruising. And he's right on my bumper, pissed off. When you get to Bonsall, it goes back to 2 lanes, and he goes flying by me mad. And that's all I needed right there. I was happy. It did what it's supposed to do. It was fast, and I made somebody mad. Yay!
Man, I saw a 340 AAR CUDA rolling through there that same road one time. About shit my pants, man, because it was going the other direction. I think it was orange. And I was like, holy shit, that thing was thumping like a big block, man. It sounded so freaking mean. But
I'd love to get my hands on one of the AR or a TA, just one of the two. I'd love to get one of those.
yeah.
Well, here's how much I hate red. My wife wants a Little Red, or she wants one of those. She wants a Warlock, a Little Red, or like a Midnight Express. Well, I've got her talked into. I'm gonna the truck that I built for her is gonna be a Midnight Express clone. I'm gonna do all the body work. As much as I hate body work, I'm gonna do all the body work to get it nice and paint it black, so I don't have to paint it red. That's how much I do not like red.
Scott
had
Heavens
somebody-
Mopars actually has a nice Utica for. I don't know if he's selling it or not. I think Scott, you want to keep that truck or what? It's actually really nice. I've looked at it a couple times, like on the internet, along with all. Scott always has something that I want. He's got an
I've
amazing
been looking in the
L600.
background of his videos. He's got a lot of stuff I want. I think you're getting something I want.
Oh yeah, I definitely am. Have you seen the L600 he has? The rollback. That thing is. Oh my God, it's fucking badass. I want it so bad, but it's way out of my price range. Scott, if you feel really generous, dude, I actually would probably. Oh God, no, I wouldn't.
Is it a rollback or is it like a ramp truck?
It's got a rollback on it. I don't think it's not actually on like physically attached to it, but it's on it, and that's what his plan was. But he got a different. I think he got a different L600, so now that one's kind of like up in the air what he's going to do with it, and it's got semi 10 lugs on it with the aluminum Alcoa wheels. It's God, I want it so bad.
Wow.
It would make the perfect. It's not a ramp truck, but it would be a pretty cool hauler if you ask me. I believe Scott's goal is to build a ramp truck out of the other one he's got.
I'm actually looking for one. I've seen a couple different versions of ramp trucks. That's my goal to have is to have a ramp truck.
There was a 10 grill ramp truck locally for like $4,500, and I just didn't have the money at the time, and it got sold. I was so pissed. I was like, "That's it. That's the truck I want," and it was gone.
There was
I
a
know
guy.
where a 97 ramp truck is with a diesel in it. And it's in really good condition body wise.
Really?
But I'm not interested in that year. You know, I want something. Yeah. I got to get one of the older. The tin grill would be nice.
Yeah.
There was one on Facebook. It's a front of a van that they made into a ramp truck.
Yeah.
It's got side pipes on it, and they want $10,000 for it. I'm like, oh my God, it's perfect. I got to haul my car with side pipes on a ramp truck with side pipes.
Yeah.
It's for sale right now?
I think it's still for sale. Yeah, it's like $10,000.
Is it in Illinois?
Oh no, it's in Missouri. It's actually it will actually be on the way to Sykeston.
No shit. My God.
Yeah, so you could pick that up, and then you'll have something to drag race, and then all I got to do is bring out one car for Johnny.
There you go.
I drag race my van. If I could get my van out there, that'd be fun.
You could ship the Mr. Norm truck out, buy the ramp truck, pull the Mr. Norm truck up on the ramp truck, and drive it down to Cruise the Coast, and then drive it home.
TalkingMopars.com. Click on the merch button and buy a T-shirt.
Put a big Talking Mopar sticker on the side of it.
Oh my God! Quit talking dirty to me, Brian.
Isn't that what Kibby did? Kibby used his General Lee as a tax write-off, didn't he? Because it was, I think that his company has to own the car, but
trust me, I talked to my tax man about that. It's not as easy as it sounds, and my tax guy is pretty cool. Ross from Australia would like this guy. So I'm doing my taxes, and he's asking me, like, how much did you spend on food, yada yada yada, and I give him a number, but I don't have all the receipts, and he goes, oh, you spent X amount, and I'm like, okay. And then he keeps doing that with all this other stuff. I can't sell out who he is, but he is Australian. And when he saw the skepticism on my face, because I'm like, God, I hope this guy doesn't get, if he gets audited, or if I get audited, I'm screwed because I can't prove this. And he looks me dead in the eye, and he's Australian. He goes, mate, in 20 years, I've never been audited. And I'm like, all right. And he said it like 2 or 3 times. 20 years, I've never been audited. And I was like, all right, I guess I'm good.
Oh, shit.
Our tax guy's in Kentucky. We just hand him over the paperwork, and he takes care of it. You know, I don't know what he does.
You guys don't have income tax there, do you?
What's that?
You don't have income tax in Kentucky, do you?
No income tax in Tennessee, no.
Oh, yeah, Tennessee, my bad.
Yeah, no income tax. But you got all your business tax and everything else. And I talked to him about, I'm not making anything on YouTube, but when I, do make it, does that go towards, they're going to 1099 me at the end of the year. So, do I get to have some money off on all this crap I'm doing? You know, I spend a lot of money on YouTube.
Yeah.
And I drive the
You
heck
can't.
out
You
of it.
can't. So check this out. He told me something interesting. Oh, first of all, I waited till the very last minute last year. That's how I found this guy, and it was funny because my wife's like, "Where is this place?" And I tell her, and she's like, "Isn't that kind of like a sketchy part of town?" I was like, don't worry about it. We roll up, and it is the sketchiest tax place you've ever seen. It's so like low rung that you get a T-shirt when it's over. He's like, "Here's your T-shirt," and he parodies movies. Like
Chris is going, I sell those.
actually, he did talk to me about making T-shirts and stuff, and he has a really, really amazing commercial that he had done for a few grand from some film students. And I was like, give me their contact information because that's amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a character. But he was telling me, he goes, so you do live streaming and stuff, and I was like, yeah, because last year I really wasn't into it enough. But he goes, did you know that you can write off anything on your set? So everything I have behind me, I can apply a value to and write it all off. Everything. Yes.
Oh, wow. You know, you need to, yeah,
Exactly.
you need to move to the garage and park your truck in the background.
Well, there were a couple talks, but if I was you, if you're on YouTube right now and you plan on monetizing, you need to set up an LLC. I don't know how it's run where you guys are at, but I run mine as a sole proprietorship through my own personal taxes as well. But I'm also protected under the LLC.
Yeah, that's what
but
I did too.
he did say that the vehicle thing is a little weird because I was like, what if I want to do some crazy stuff to my truck or something? And he basically said you have to be able to prove that it's for the business and it benefits the business in some way, shape, or form. But then he went on to tell me that I can write off my couch, I can write off, all my signs and stuff that I got. So I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I need to look into it a little bit more because I can write off all sorts of cool stuff.
Well, your gas is write offable.
Yeah, I did
You
write
can
all that
either,
off.
like the cars, become a part of the LLC.
Mm-hmm.
Is what I understand, anyhow. And so the business technically owns them. So you can either get mileage out of them or repair out of them, one of the two.
The only where you can get caught up, from what I understand, is with with my truck. If I were to insure it just as me as a personal person, and something were to happen, and I've actually got it as a tax write-off for my business, but I don't have it listed as a business use vehicle, I could get caught up in some serious shit. Now the odds of that happening are really slim, but it's not a risk I'm willing to take just because I would lose everything. But that's kind of how he was explaining it, because it goes a little deeper than just saying, oh, this vehicle's for my business. But I know that there's loopholes because I know people write that shit off. I just have to figure out how they do it.
Yeah, we got to, that's probably an interview that needs to happen one time. But I know that
that's a great idea.
If I go to Moparty, I get to write off the gas.
Mm-hmm.
I get to, because it's a business expense. I'm using it to film crap for the I don't know how much I have to do. There's a ton of food that I get to write off while I'm there. I take all you people to dinner. I get to write that off, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right.
I wrote off the mileage for my trips to the airport and back. My rental car, like I wrote off everything I did that wasn't here, and even some of the stuff I do here, I write off. Like this room, I write off. All the equipment, all my costs associated with it, all of its tax write-offs. But yeah, if you get a guy like this Australian guy who's never been audited in 20 years, you'd be good to go.
Yeah.
Well, guys, it's coming up on 4 hours. I think I'm gonna cut it.
Come on, Johnny. Brian's just getting started.
Well, I was thinking Bryan could probably start his own live, and you guys could jump
I'm
on
going to
there.
do one tomorrow. But you guys are all, I'm going to start it around 8 o'clock my time, just because I'm actually letting people know.
Okay.
So if you guys want to come on, it's just going to be this, my normal live shit.
Well,
I'll probably roll in late.
Okay, yeah.
16 people queuing still. So where are you guys, or how can people find you guys? Start with you, Bryan.
Dust Devil Garage, like right here. And same thing on Facebook, Dust Devil Garage on Facebook, and I think Instagram. My wife handles Instagram shit. I don't.
Okay. All right.
I'm too much of a boomer for that.
Tall John.
Tall John's Fun Shop, YouTube, and Instagram.
All right. Chris.
And you can find me at onlyfans.com / no, Talking Mopars. Just search it wherever. If you actually Google search Mopar Podcast, I have amazing search engine optimization. So if you forget, just type in Mopar Podcast and you'll find all my stuff.
Way
Good,
cool.
you're the only
And
one.
I'm always looking for stories, fun Mopar stories, how you got into Mopars. You can always call me and leave a voice message that I'll share on the show at 209-28 Mopar.
Nice.
By the way, you do have a nice voice, Chris.
You do.
Thank you, Tall John.
You get him and Rob in the same room, and
Oh, I know. We think we're all on this show right now.
I gotta tell you a quick story before we sign off. I was working. It's kind of the same company I'm working at now, but it's sort of evolved. But anyways, a different site back then. And I shit you not, dude. This girl that worked there, she had the fucking sexiest voice you can imagine. I shit you not. You hear her page over the thing, people would go, "Who is that?" She sounded smoking hot. My friend dubbed her Miss Doubtfire because she looked like Miss Doubtfire. She was not in good shape.
Oh man.
But what was hilarious, I mean, it's kind of fucked up and sad, but somebody had been in communication with her. She did one of those glam photo shoot things, and so she looked pretty good. And when he met her, he was like, because he was actually like gonna propose to her and stuff. He
Oh
flew
my
out and
God.
actually met her, and then like slammed the brakes on it. It was like, let's just be friends. And so it was like, oh man, it's terrible. But she later got a job doing those like the sex stuff on the phone, where you like the call-in sex things.
Right.
I'm like, holy shit, dude. Oh, I have no doubt she made bank, man, because she sounded so freaking hot. But
If
you know,
if podcasting doesn't work out for me, I'm just gonna go DJ at a strip club or something.
there you
Mercedes,
hope-
come on to the stage.
I hope the podcasts work out because we can't get Rob to do it.
no, Rob is actually working on a YouTube channel.
Oh, he is?
Rob from Jegs.
Yeah.
He's
Rob Z.
Rob Z. Him and his buddy are working on a YouTube channel, and then there's a special thing that he's doing that I'm not gonna let
Top
out.
secret.
Yeah,
All right,
can't say in public.
gotcha. Oh,
Yeah, the Rob Z OnlyFans, but yeah.
Johnny Mopar and I are going to be at Muscle Cars at the Strip this upcoming
yes.
week.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that too.
yes.
Hey, guess who's going to be on the microphone in the tower at least once?
Oh, I heard you were going to be
Your
up
boy.
there. I watched that episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see if it pans out, but I got to figure out what the hell I'm going to say because I might get stage fright up there. I don't know.
No.
Just pretend there's a camera in front of you, or just put a camera in front of you.
Yeah.
I told Johnny, I was like, you got to film that, dude, because that's going to be like the highlight of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, my buddy Lamb Chop does all the announcing for the racing group that we go do.
Cool.
Straight Axle Mafia.
Nice.
So
nice.
I have no doubt you'll do good.
I hope so. Can't let my people down.
Right. Exactly.
Well, there better be some recordings.
Oh, yeah. Johnny and I have a golf cart comped, and we're gonna get some amazing footage. We're also going on this fun little rally because I rented a wide body Scat Pack Charger, so we're gonna go up into the mountains and cruise around. That's gonna be a lot of fun, and it's gonna be a
Go
lot of fun.
visit the dam.
Yeah, now Johnny and I have some amazing access at this event. Now that we know where we're allowed to go, there's gonna be some awesome footage. I promise you that.
Yeah, we gotta
Have
get
Chris Birdsong take you for a ride in his Charger. He'll be there. So
I heard they're doing like thrill rides on autocross. I heard that's what they're doing.
Oh, they are?
That's what I heard. I'm not sure, but
That scat package you rented, you're getting the full insurance on that, right?
yes. Here's the funny thing. So I rent my cars on Turo. It's an app, right? So I went on there and I'm looking at anything Dodge, and I see a bunch of V6 Challengers and Chargers for like $100-$200, and I'm like, oh, that's insane. So I was like, maybe I'll get a Hellcat. So I started looking. There's really no Hellcats available, and the ones that were like $900 a day, something ridiculous. And then I see this wide body Scat Pack Charger for $72 a day. So I'm like, all right, 3 days on that one.
Yeah.
And I just reached out to the guy because I'm actually flying out a day early now. I actually got Friday off, so I'm flying out Friday morning. I should be at the track hopefully by 1 or 2 o'clock. But the guy reached out to me and we were talking a little bit, and he goes, yeah, you're getting a hell of a deal. I accidentally typed in the wrong numbers. It's supposed to be like $300 a day. So $272, but I got it for $72 a day. I was like, well, too late now because I'm getting it for $72. Thank you, sir.
Screwed up.
Fully insured.
Yeah. But I worry now because I think they have GPS trackers and they can see, anytime you drive it aggressively or anytime you stab the throttle, it logs all that information. So you have to be a little bit careful. But
What
he
are they
saw
gonna do? Charge you extra?
they could. I know that
Okay.
if I ever smoked the tires in any of the cars that I rent, I'll take that to the car wash and make sure all the rubber's off of it. Make sure that leave no evidence behind.
Right. Cool.
Well,
All
you're
right.
not planning on making the cylinder walls get tapered, are you?
No, sir.
All right, guys, let's cut it there. Thanks for joining. Thanks for popping in. Brian, thank you very
It
much.
was a blast. I had fun.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Johnny, for letting me come in here.
Oh, absolutely. You guys are welcome anytime. I kind of like this format, so I'm try to keep that rolling, do some topic.
Yeah, the hanging with
live
Johnny
thing.
thing's a good idea.
Yeah,
I like it.
roll
The more the
it
merrier.
into opening it up towards the end,
I did like your first guest, Johnny. He was pretty cool.
He was all right.
Yeah, he was okay.
The only thing wrong with him is he likes red.
Right. Cool. All right,
All right,
guys.
fellas.
I'm going to end it here.
All
Thanks
right.
to everybody in the comments for posting some comments and watching. And you guys are some pretty hardcore guys if you were here at the beginning. 4 hours.
4 hours. dude.
Raker's the man. He's
My God.
Yeah.
he gets there and stays the whole time.
Yeah.
Put up some of mine. Woo.
Hardcore. All right, guys. We'll see you.
Adios.